We are so back. Steve, you could at least be happy to see me. We can warm up into it first. I need like 2 more minutes, guys, and then I'll be starting. I know, right, Shard? What's up, by the way? Hello, 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 everybody. Good morning. Oh, whoopsie me. What's up, Erratic Cookie? Good to see ya. I am back. We're finally back. Honestly, I should have been back 2 days ago, but my internet decided to explode on me. And I blame Joe Biden. Like, there's no one else you can blame, but sometimes, you think about like the service provider, or is it like the actual infrastructure? Who knows? I have no idea what the fuck caused it. I was out for like 2 days. It was really annoying, especially considering it was a pretty big week for the news. So there was a lot of stuff to talk about that I didn't get a chance to talk about. What's up, Ilirda? If you're not a Trump power person and you get detained, they don't even have to actually arrest you for anything, even just a traffic infraction. They'll never let you go, period. You will have no lawyer, no right to see a judge. Well, I mean, see, that's what I mean. You're already saying, the right to a jury of your peers and counsel is next, but all of that's already gone if you don't have habeas corpus. But we're not there yet. Not broadly. We are already there. We've been there for a while in specific cases, but when it comes to everybody, not quite. That's, in my view, getting ready for the summer, because in the summer, I expect there to be quite a bit more commotion, protest, more people have free time to spend in the summer. But, like, let's not jump right into the doom and gloom. It has been a hot minute, and I did miss you guys, in fact. You know, sometimes I like to just chit chat before we jump right into the thick of it. So instead, I want to show you about polar bears, because they're really fucking cool and terrifying too, might I add. Genuinely, I mean, like, one of the most terrifying creatures on the planet, and the only animal that hunts humans, regularly.
Face to face with a polar bear, what do you do?
Oh, also they can run really fast.
Face to face with a polar bear, what do you do? Okay, well, if you are literally face to face with a polar bear, there's not much you can do apart from punch it in the nose, maybe.
And pray.
But let me tell you how not to get to that stage. But these bears are no joke. The only animal that actively hunts human beings. Their teeth are huge. Their claws can kill with one swipe. They can smell meat from miles away. And they're like 10 feet when standing. This is a very accurate representation of me standing next to a
why
polar
friend
bear.
shape
I'm
if
actually
not
really proud of
friend?
this. I think I've quite outdone myself. You're on foot. You're far from civilization.
I mean, like, why not friend if friend shaped?
You're in polar bear country. First, you better know the protocol. Be trained up and have come prepared. There's a whole procedure you got to follow. Let's talk nighttime.
Yeah,
on the
I'd
sea
boop
ice
it.
and end up camping on the sea ice. This is where it really gets serious. Polar bears prefer to be on the sea ice because they hunt seals. That's what they want to eat, and they often wait at the seal breathing holes like this one and then pounce when they least expect it. But if
Really?
on the
You're
sea ice,
spawn camping? That's rude.
you also become on the menu. This means polar bear watch at nighttime is essential. So that essentially means that when you're camping, you always have one person up,
True, what
looking
cam
around,
rank?
seeing if there's any bears around. You also might have trip wires as well. These are wires that go around a certain radius of the tents, and then if they're tripped by a polar bear, it'll send off a flare, an explosion that not only wakes you up, it hopefully gets the bear to run in the opposite direction to your tents. But that's
Hopefully. They might not.
and have someone looking up and watching around as well as having the trip
The thing
wires.
is, like, polar bears stalk. They, like, you can go look up videos of researchers who are being stalked, who have caged doorways to outside of the facility so that they can go and make sure to have a good look around to see if there's a polar bear hiding in, you know, the distance and just waiting for a snack to come out the door. So you do definitely have to keep a watch. There's not really much you can do. Yeah, if it's white good night, basically, yeah.
You also might have huskies with you, and what's best to do there is have them sleep about 25 meters or so away from food. So you put food about 25 meters away from your camp, and then the huskies go after that.
Sorry, the penguins already claimed it.
Usually closest to the water and the sea ice, because that's probably where the polar bears are going to come up. They are on chains, but they smell the bears from a mile away. They'll bark, they wake you up. They're not there for bait or anything like that. They are simply there to wake you up. And don't worry, they are warm enough. They are bred for this sort of thing. You see one in the distance.
No, see, that
First
doesn't
things
work,
first.
Shard, because the drop bears, they're special ops that, like, drop in behind enemy lines, whereas the polar bears are kind of a tank slash armored vehicle. Are you going to fight Vosh at a Creator Clash 3? I don't know what Creator Clash 3 is. I've not been invited, and I mean, like, physically, God no. Although I would love to. That sounds fun. Verbally, no, because that's boring.
You've got to wake up your team. It might seem far away, but they can run like 25
What's up,
miles
Zom?
per hour or something ridiculous. You make sure everyone's up, and then everyone grabs like pots and pans or anything that makes a really, really loud noise. You all come together. One person or two people, often the
Conspiracy
leader of
nuts, 150 meters away is not far enough away to be from a polar bear.
getting the equipment and the kit ready. That's the things like flares and the rifle. You're all making a ton of noise. You're all together, so you look like some massive creature, which is meant to be scary. And it should, I mean, a lot of the time it should lose interest, but if it's still curious, you find it's still getting closer and maybe even sniffing the air. So they put their nose up in the air and they sniff. That's a bit of a worrying sign. It's time to then get the flares.
A bit of a worrying sign. Yeah, the fucking animal that's covered in the blood of its kills, that's sniffing the air, walking over to you. Yeah, that's definitely just a sign. Honestly, at that point, if you're far enough away, like, don't run, because they run faster than you. Climb, I guess? There's nothing to climb. What do you do? Start digging your own grave so that, you know, it's ready by the time it gets there?
2 different flares. Then you want to shoot the flare, make sure.
Oh no,
the
we'll
flare
talk about
doesn't
geopolitics in a bit.
land behind the bear. If it lands behind the bear, you might have a problem because the bear then might be running towards you. So you've got to make sure it's in between you and the bear. That loud noise and bang should be enough to deter it. But if it doesn't, now it's the warning shots with the rifle. If that still doesn't work and the bear is literally charging and a real threat to life, then yeah, a shot has to be fired. at the
Well,
right
so
place.
like, the thing is, shooting the bear's not even as easy as it sounds, because the bullet has to actually kill the bear. And even with, like, a grizzly, you need really, really large ammunition to be confident that your shot would actually kill the bear and not just piss it off. And so, like, I guess maybe, but polar bears, I think either these ones have even stronger skulls, so like a headshot is difficult to do. And what else are you gonna do? You're gonna just pour magazine into the chest of this 10-foot bear? There was a bear in the Polish army called Wojtek. That tracks. That's very Polish. You need an anti-material rifle, essentially. Basically, yeah.
Places like Svalbard, you actually have to have specific license to carry a firearm, and you have to carry a firearm if you go there. But there are very, very, very specific rules. Obviously, you can't just go about, and no one wants to be killing a polar bear ever, unless it's absolutely necessary. We have to remember that we've chosen to be in.
This is Wojtek, the Polish bear. Kind of adorable. You're not wrong. Here's another one. Giving a dude a hug.
In the polar bear territory, you know, this is their land. We do not want to be causing any upset to them. So as much respect is treated as possible to make sure that this does not ever happen. I have the utmost respect for these animals. They are the most incredible predator. I
respect them, I just fear them. Conspiracy nuts, that's 2 different bears that you were far too close to. I mean, glad you got away. Jesus Christ. Fuck that. I do not fuck with polar bears. Although I would still boop it if I came face to face with it. Again, like, if you're gonna die anyway, you might as well get a good boop in. So, now we can talk a bit more about politics. So, environmentally, we all kind of know that we're fucked, but we expect most of that to come from climate change, not being literally poisoned. And I think you should be expecting both. I really do.
As we approach the summer months, many people will be heading to our local beaches, but there is concern that they may not be safe. Toxic debris from January's Palisades fire blanketed many coastal communities.
And now many environmental organizations are warning the sand at many of LA's most popular beaches could contain harmful toxins. KTLA 5's Casey Montoya live in Santa Monica.
I mean, it's an LA beach. I'm sure it does have harmful toxins.
More for us. Hi, Case.
So the State Water Board actually tested this sand at the end of February. They gave the results in March over to the county, and then in April, the county released those results. It then took us weeks to get answers from different government agencies before we could even do this story. The issue, as you can see, is even 4 months after the Palisades fire, there is still toxic debris here on the beach. A local conservationist who's also a mom spent $8,000 of her own money to have this sand tested, and she found elevated levels of toxic metals that are known to pose serious health risks.
Remember when America was great and, like, at the very least, some testing like that was just done by an agency? I mean, they didn't fix the problem, and they often wouldn't tell you, but at least they would pay for the testing, not you paying for the testing that also has to still be fixed. Yeah, the agencies don't exist anymore.
I know it's hard to believe, but kids play here all the time. I see kids in this water.
Ashley Olson is a conservation biologist who spends time at the beach daily. She says this toxic debris from the Palisades fire has been polluting the beaches and storm drains for months, creating a public health hazard.
You're saying that the heavy metals are in this.
Get used to this, because
I tested this specifically.
everything now. Every
lead,
natural
arsenic,
disaster.
mercury, and chromium.
Concerned about impacts on wildlife and the environment, she's been watching the response to toxic debris removal.
There's kids playing in that. Arsenic and mercury. Her name is Ashley Olson? I didn't hear.
Repeatedly speaking at Santa Monica City Council meetings, asking officials to stop grooming the sand.
This debris has been left out on the beach in the sun. It's become really brittle, and it's breaking into smaller and smaller pieces. And they groom the beach, and it's just a big rake. And so as they're doing this now, all the pieces and debris that are brittle, you'll see that they're burnt pieces of wood are breaking down and being spread all over.
Ashley started collecting samples of sand after the Palisades fire,
much worse.
49 days before government agencies started their testing. After sending 6 critical samples.
Wait, those agencies still existed 48 days after the fire?
From January and February to a lab,
got them way
she
quicker
compared
than
her
that.
data to the California Human Health screening levels. Her results were alarming. Arsenic, chromium, and mercury were above safe levels, rising even more after 2 rain events. Lead levels were below the safe level, but she says there's no safe level of lead for children.
I absolutely don't think it's
Pretty
safe
sure
for
there's no safe level of lead for adults either.
children, especially with the hand-to-mouth behavior on the sand.
The State Water Board did their own testing in late February, collecting 15 samples in the Santa Monica Bay from Zuma Beach to Rat Beach. Arsenic levels were above the state's safe thresholds at all 15 locations.
I'd imagine.
All sites also had lead present, but LA County health officials tell me those numbers are below background levels and do not pose a risk to human health.
Like, again, you can't even go enjoy the beach anymore. That's how fucked this country is. It's a shithole.
In fact, they say beachgoers may now enter the ocean water and recreate on the sand in these areas, but they are still advised to avoid fire debris in the water as it may contain harmful substances.
I wouldn't want my children playing in that sand.
I'm sorry, how are you going to avoid the fire debris in the water when it's A, fucking tiny, B, outside of the water as well as in the water, and C, what are you gonna do? You're in the fucking like ocean and a piece of debris gets washed up against you, like brushes up. What are you gonna dive away from it like it's a shark and you're like 10? No. So they're just lying? Yeah.
Jane Williams is the executive director of California Communities Against Toxics.
Kind of like
she
their
says the
go-to
metrics
play.
being used by the county are dated, pointing to the fact that in January, the EPA tightened decades-old standards to better protect children and families from lead dust exposure.
The most current EPA standards on indoor lead exposure is 0, and the most current Center for Disease Control guidance document on lead exposure is 0.
The EPA also released new information on arsenic exposure this year, showing it's more toxic than previously thought.
So arsenic is similar to lead, except it's carcinogenic as well as being a neurotoxin.
It can cause cancer,
lead, but worse,
heart disease, and many other health issues.
Gotta say, I never thought that arsenic wasn't bad for you. Was that a dead seal? It was a dying seal.
The state probably should rethink and develop new guidance on.
Jane and Ashley both want county officials to do a better job of communicating with the public by posting warning signs on the beach so visitors know about elevated levels of toxic metals.
I'm still looking at so much debris, which could be manually removed from here, that kids are playing in daily.
You know, it's
and so
almost like we funded
how that is
environmental cleanup for a reason, but you know, that's woke.
acceptable at this point. The homes that burnt down in Malibu are still sitting in the water's edge right now, leaching all kinds of stuff into the ocean, which comes directly here onto our shores. The bottom line is, do you want your family to be exposed to this number of lead or mercury or arsenic? I think that overall people are going to say no.
Liddy Bros, you're close. Lead isn't a rare earth metal, unfortunately. If it was, they might have actually fixed it. Yeah. The new EPA actually says that lead and arsenic make great ingredients for baby formula. Gotta keep the surf stupid. Honestly, like, I would believe it. I know you're joking, but I know you're joking just because it's you, and I know that you're joking. If someone just said that to me and I hadn't been looking at the news that day, I would at least have to look it up to confirm that it's not true. And I think that that's fucking depressing. I'm only sort of joking. That's the other part of it, yeah. Local officials better prepare to have the debate, which would be worse. Press a sign warning people about potential for deadly chemicals, or a whole bunch of dead people dying around here from deadly chemicals. Exactly. We don't know which would be worse. Scientists need to test for that kind of stuff. And we can't do that because we defunded the sciences. In fact, there's a specific one kind of science that we will fund. And this is it. This right here, this is the only type of scientific research that this administration would actually fund. Now, obviously, this is OAN, or ONN, not OAN. That would be actually worse, because that would be real and not a joke.
We did was we taught in patterns like red block,
blue
block, green block, over and over. Then it became a pattern of gorilla born, gorilla grow, gorilla die, over and over.
Right. The researchers then showed Quigley photographs of dead and dying gorillas while communicating the phrases "you someday" and "no choice."
Quigley, you die. You will die soon.
The researchers say at first Quigley could only communicate rudimentary fears about his own death. But he soon moved on to expressing more complex emotions, like indifference and self-hatred.
Like, the only things that this administration would value.
And just 2 days ago, Philip Townsend and his colleagues even witnessed what they believe to have been a panic attack in Quigley.
He was letting out these anguished cries and banging his head against the wall. And
someone teach that gorilla its own mortality.
The Tulane scientists believe that we may be able to teach a gorilla to resort to alcoholism, or even try to kill itself in as little as a decade.
Existence, cruel joke, Jesus Christ. I mean, like, it is. And realistically, like, the gorilla's not suffering any more there than any one of us are in general. Like, we have that knowledge as well. And we aren't, I mean, some of us are depressed by it. It's sad. I didn't realize that, like, that wasn't very clear. I don't know. I found that video funny because, to me, how to make people's lives worse and make them more miserable, I feel like would be actual science that the government would fund, has funded in the past, in fact. I just don't think that it should depress you. I think, if anything, it should just go to show you that it doesn't take much to bring you to a state of depression and to break you down. Because, like, yes, they like your suffering. They enjoy it. They want you to suffer. That's what I get from that. Like, it's a joke meme video, but they do actually want you to suffer, and they do really take joy in it. Give me 20 minutes with a gorilla, and I can teach it theory and philosophy. 20 minutes with a gorilla, and you're gonna end up like a pancake on the ground, rather. I swear, they're just pretending to not understand so they don't have to pay taxes. Yeah, the gorillas, really, they are smarter than most Americans, I feel like. I feel like they should be paying taxes. We should make them. They just want to use them as soldiers and slave labor, I guarantee it. Well, I mean, like, yeah, that would be the case if we were actually doing that. Thankfully, that's an Onion video, so that's not currently happening. We might get there soon, although it seems like all of our chips are on autonomous weaponry. So, the one thing, though, that I think is really important is it might not matter how many soldiers or slaves we have for labor if we all die from climate change. And I'm curious to know what these experts are predicting for the upcoming hurricane season, because it's hurricane season again. It just feels like it was yesterday that it was the last hurricane season. It's almost like we do one every year. I'm not sure whether The Onion is satire anymore. Most of their stories seem real in today's world. Yeah, they don't really feel like satire, do they?
We approach the start of Atlantic hurricane season. Experts are sharing tips on how to stay safe and smart in an emergency. Now, the season typically lasts from June 1st through the end of November. CBS News New York meteorologist John Elliott joins us now. John, what are experts and meteorologists saying about the outlook for this year?
Okay, so we don't really have an El Nino. We don't really have a La Nina. It's kind of an El Nada.
Hurricane
big driving forces. It's interesting, though. Colorado State University always first to the game. And here we have their list, what we normally see and what Colorado State is predicting, 7, 9, and 4. So that is...
So as we go through this, I need you all to pay attention to Ilirda to see how afraid we should be, because that's our resident Floridian. So just how afraid the Floridians are will give us a decent baseline to work from.
Above the average. That is not it's not way above average, but it's slightly above average. Honestly, I think that's a little bullish. We're going to see more of these forecasts come out in the next few weeks. I wouldn't be a bit surprised if some of the other forecasts come out not only from NOAA, but from other agencies and other universities that will be a little bit lower. So now I want to get in trouble. Because why not? So when you think hurricanes, you think Saffir-Simpson scale. There it is right there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Category
Cat 1,
X hurricane.
Cat, yeah. And what do you normally think of when you think cat? What
All
does
right,
that,
now we're going to talk about storm
mind,
surge.
what do you think? If it's a Cat 1
every meteorologist
or a Cat
has
5,
the same pet
which one
peeve.
has more wind?
Five?
There was going to be a pop.
What are we
You think the bigger the number, the
primary
bigger the
school?
wind?
Yeah.
Absolutely. It corresponds. My contention is, and this is said, with real, academic inquiry, that I don't think we pay enough attention to what the water side of hurricanes are.
Every single meteorologist has that pet peeve.
The Saffir-Simpson scale also breaks it out for storm surge, which is
That's
a key
sixth time?
water
I hope not.
element, and
That would
also
suck.
types of damage. But I just have to share this because this is so raw and so fresh to me.
I mean, look, like the fact that they're predicting 4, like 3+ hurricanes just this year, as well as 9 hurricanes in total, that's not necessarily something that makes me feel better.
In Florida, this was a rapid intensification storm. This is part of the problem with the warm Gulf waters. Surface Gulf temperatures were in the record territory, so these storms went from Cat 3 to Cat 5, boom, like that. So then you see the deadly toll, all the tornadoes, the wind, the hail, but then you see the green as it winds its way into the Cumberland Plateau in eastern Tennessee and then down the hill into North Carolina. It was not even a hurricane. It was not a hurricane.
Hey, remember last year after Helene and Milton, where all of the MAGA people were talking about how FEMA's not actually coming and that Biden is lying and that the FEMA people that are out there are actually walking around helping Democrats instead of Republicans? I wonder how these people are going to fare this year when FEMA's just gone. We don't have one in general now. So we'll see how they go then. Does the White House have enough paper rolls for these hurricanes? No, definitely not. We'll have to work on that. Nuke the hurricanes. Again, that wouldn't work, but it's not like we haven't had people make the suggestion entirely seriously. This year is going to be real bad. Next year is going to be catastrophic. I feel like every year is just catastrophic, like +1 from the last.
Here's the deal with tropical weather. Once named, always named, but by then it was just the remnants of. Killed over 200 people. And it was the flooding involved with this storm.
200
and
people
then
died.
another storm.
From
Now, so
Helene
this
alone.
was this is Milton. Milton, weeks later, I know everybody in Florida, you remember this. All my buddies in Tampa remember this.
No, the White House cut your paper towel budget. They get theirs just fine.
Same scenario, slightly different path. That's the way they work, but rapid intensification. It comes on board. Again, you see lots of tornadoes with that storm right across the peninsula. But the problem with this storm, this was right after a major storm.
They're still trying to defund NOAA. Yeah.
The damage that was caused by water from this storm. You know, in Tampa Bay...
Maybe it takes them long enough that this hurricane season comes around and then they don't do it because they don't have the political capital on their base side. Maybe. I wouldn't really put too much stock into that. But, like, remember, these are areas that, at the same time as being prone to hurricanes, have been getting hit with massive tornadoes for the last couple months, have been on fire in some of these states for several months, several different instances of large fire. Is China sending those hurricanes? Actually, no, it's the Democrats still. It's still the Democrats. They're using the hurricane machine in the Capitol, just under the table, you know, just not letting the Republicans see it. Let's destroy the marshes and barrier islands. Maybe that'll help. Oh, yeah, absolutely. Same with the shrubbery that protects half of the country from dust storms. We're getting rid of those too. Be back in an hour or so. Be good, chat. God damn. The sass on be good. I do enjoy that. See you in a bit, Shard.
All of these, the homeowners, they have to have the seawalls. That's part of your property, part of your responsibility. Seawalls were just washed away.
Yeah.
So the problem was the water. I would like, I know this is fanciful and definitely a big dream. It would be nice if we could start thinking collectively of the Saffir-Simpson
Don't we already
scale
talk
plus.
about this
I'd like to
every year during hurricane season? I mean, like, every single hurricane forecast is always going to have, out of a 10-minute video clip, 8 minutes of that is someone talking about how important storm surge is to consider and how water kills more people than wind does. I don't know. Maybe that's just like I know, and I am not the average American, and so I forget that even if the average American knows, they probably won't know again by that time next year. So, remember last week when we talked about how Poseidon's mad? I think he might actually be. Now, that was about a yacht that sank. This is 28 major American cities sinking into the ground. That sounds like some divine punishment. Deserved divine punishment, might I say. Like, yeah, we, like, have known for a while that there are a lot of places in the States that have sinking infrastructure. I mean, houses will sink in general, based on if they're built well or not, but major cities, that's the first I'm hearing of a city sinking, but it does make sense, especially if there is erosion of the soil in and around the city, because that just weakens the entire foundation. And cities are made of a lot of asphalt, concrete. That stuff is heavy. And whoop, small measurements, big impacts. So while land sinking is less than 1 inch per year, and it might not seem like much on paper, small shifts in that land can have such, like, huge effects. Actually, 1 inch a year under something like a skyscraper is a huge deal. Like, that alone, in any particular direction, too much that changes the center of gravity of this skyscraper, building falls over. So it's not a small deal. Land shift downwards can impact the structural integrity of buildings, roads, and bridges and dams. 2024 study found that regions of the Atlantic coast seem to be sinking as much as 5 millimeters per year. This new study used satellite-based radar measurements to create a high-res map of, like, sinking land in these areas. I think that that's pretty cool. I don't really care, besides just saying that I hope that most of the country does sink into the ground, and is swallowed up by the earth, is reclaimed, and the land can then go on and heal. That would be nice, right? Be a gift. Not everywhere. Maybe not like the East Coast. I tend to like the East Coast. Maybe just the West. And, on an unrelated factor, just in the middle here, because we're going to go into slightly more depressing news in a second, here's a little bit of joy. Here's a guy who, stops at another guy who's selling birds and just buys the birds to free them. Not because he wants the birds, but just because he doesn't want the birds to be in this cage being sold to random strangers. It's like, fuck it, just let the bird out. Oh, there's no sound. I think that that's, like, it doesn't produce any real outcome. Like, those birds likely wouldn't have had a longer, shorter, better, worse life in general. I mean, like, especially because they're small birds. Like, they likely die fairly quickly. This just, it's human. It is empathizing with a caged animal. It brings you joy. It brings the people seeing it joy. That's the benefit of it. Not necessarily just that, like, the birds are free. There's plenty more where that came from. It's not going to result in less birds being sold, because once the birds run out, they'll just get more birds. But I do think that this still does show a bit about what I mean by humanity. And when I say the other side isn't like us, this is what I mean. They look at this and they don't get joy from it. They get anger, frustration, annoyance. Like, how many of you are watching this and it's making you annoyed or angry? Don't Muslims believe it's wrong to cage birds? Probably. Not that I remember, but it probably isn't all that, like, relevant and a big deal. Thanks, Alirda. I'll have a look at it in a bit, because that's on Discord right now. But, like, you're not mad reading this. The perfect illustration of the liberal mindset, spending money in an attempt to help rather than thinking it, like, again, why are you mad? Bruh, first off, ain't no one, like, being helped by this. It's just making him happy. It's just a feeling of joy. And that's something they can not only not comprehend, but that enrages them, that makes them feel uncomfortable. Why would you spend your money on joy? It really is like a mental illness to be on the right. It really, truly, genuinely is. So, before we jump off of environment altogether and move into some of the more pressing stories of the day, it's becoming more and more clear that the rich people that run the show are well aware that they are destroying the world. And I don't mean, like, just the environment. I mean, like, they're destroying the world. Like, human life on this planet is being harmed on a scale that is industrial. And they have no desire to stop that. Part of why we are seeing accelerationism on the right is because that is how they are dealing with it, is let's make it worse and just have the whole place collapse already. Let's fuck off and leave. Or we will just, like, see every poor person on the planet suffer, but we'll be fine. It's one of these mentalities. What's up, Lanky Sapien? I am back. And all of them are psychotic, mind you. And we do talk about how there is death cult mentality all across the spectrum of the right, all across the board, no matter what country you're in, and we'll go into that more later. But on the side of just money, capital owners, It's a different kind of psychosis. They just don't feel like they're at risk. They feel comfortable.
It was a nightmare. Everything flat. You have breeze and you have rain and you never seen
I'll
something
never
like
understand
that.
it.
The rich world has decades of emissions which are now contributing to severe weather events and disproportionately affecting developing countries who have contributed very little to global emissions.
As the systems come across our region, they're getting stronger, they're becoming more intense, and they're producing more damage.
As a government, we have to be responsible in terms of ensuring that we have the financial wherewithal to repair the damage once it's done. It's a massive undertaking.
The costs are increasing exponentially. Insurance can't save you from that. There's a huge looming question for the world at large, which is how do you protect countries that are facing these disasters?
Some of these disasters are the size of countries.
Major fires burning across Los Angeles.
Hurricane Beryl slamming Jamaica.
Devastation in East Africa. Weeks of heavy rains triggering massive flooding across the region.
Pretty much every week there's a catastrophe in the headlines. Wildfires, very high hurricane speed winds. These are being stoked by various impacts from climate change. These are new elements that are really raising the risk and increasing the losses. The risk is unmanageable. There's a growing need for...
I don't understand how the people that are wealthy enough to survive this don't think about the fact that the only reason that people listen to them and do what they want them to do is because they pay them. And that in a collapse scenario, nobody cares what you're paying them. Money's useless at that point. Remember, Engels coined the term social murder. The fossil fuel companies are mass murderers. That's true, 100%.
Companies, but also for people who own homes to try and absorb these losses in a way that doesn't destroy anyone's financial situation. And catastrophe bonds are one such tool. Cat bonds were invented so that they could find a way to pass on the risk of these rare, crazy black swan events onto a different group of people who are willing to take the risk. In this case, it's Wall Street. Most of the cat bonds that are out there have to do with US risk, particularly California earthquakes and Florida hurricanes. But the World Bank has decided that this could be a way to provide some kind of insurance for hurricanes and other natural disasters in the poorer parts of the world.
See, but that would require thinking, Captain Buggy, and that's woke and illegal. Like, but you're not wrong. It is unequivocally worse for everybody on the planet to let it get worse and to not stop the people making it worse. But we just don't have it in us to have that fight. We're too exhausted. Everywhere, all across the planet, people are too fucking exhausted to put up a proper fight, especially against corporations. People are much more open to putting up a fight against governments, but when it comes to the corpos, like, that's not a thought that even most of the liberals that are protesting what's happening in this admin in America are thinking about. Like, they don't think about how corporations tie in and make all of it worse. They only blame the people in government, especially just the couple people in government that are on television the most. And beyond that, we just kind of pretend it doesn't exist. It's, again, facing discomfort instead of pretending it doesn't exist.
Changed over the last many years for some of these countries to issue their own cat bonds and pass on the risk of that potential event to Wall Street investors. It's perfectly straightforward for an insurance company in Florida to issue a cat bond. They know what the risk is. They know what the infrastructure is that could be damaged if a hurricane were to hit. But in a poor country like, say, Jamaica, there isn't that much infrastructure. And also, they just don't have a history of a lot of insurance and claims, just like you have in a place like Florida. So without a big insurance industry, how are you going to protect a country like Jamaica against a big cataclysmic hurricane?
I mean, like, I, for one, think instead of having an insurance industry, the state should just ensure that you have a place to live, but, you know.
As a country, we are situated in the hurricane belt. And when the hurricane hits us, it can hit us very hard and damages roads, infrastructure. It takes us out for a while. We have to prepare. For us in Jamaica, we implemented a catastrophe bond in 2021 for a 3-year period, and then we renegotiated another one that's in effect right now. Catastrophe bond will continue to form part of our disaster management financing efforts. The day the Met Office tells us that a very severe hurricane is on the way towards us, it's too late to do that kind of planning. So you have to do the planning well ahead of the eventuality.
How do you manage when you live in a region that's not only constantly rocked by massive storms, but it's getting worse and worse and worse, and you're not a region that can afford to fix the infrastructure every year when it gets the shit beat out of it? Yeah, the same question here in Costa Rica. We got 5 active volcanoes, and we get hit by the effects of all the hurricanes, and we are an earthquake country. We're 1,100 kilometers west of Jamaica. Yeah, like, that's a difficult question to answer, is how do you protect the country? How do you keep the country from just going bankrupt?
Of catastrophe.
And don't worry, like, that will still be an issue for America soon.
I was a child during Hurricane Gilbert.
Defunding FEMA, defunding the government agencies like NOAA, or making climate change worse. This will still then result in it negatively impacting the state to the point where it could bankrupt us. Not just like because of assistance to like citizens whose property was damaged or something. Even if we cut all of that out, which we did, we've cut all of that money out. If a hurricane damages industrial infrastructure that is key to the economy, or key to, I don't know, one of the rich people with close ties to the administration, or a security issue. I mean, like a proper national security issue is if this is not functioning, then we are less safe. They're going to still have to spend money to fix that shit. And more, it's going to get worse, and it's going to happen on a broader scale, and it's still going to cost unreasonable sums of money every time, even if we don't help the citizenry. You learn to live with it. Governments adjust when they are good, but due to climate change, no one is ready. Like, there's no way to be ready at this point. Did so.
Forget, there was a lady who lived beside me, and her roof just fell off. The roof just got up and went. And as a child, I was always interested to know, why did the wind blow and why the roof of the lady had to come off the house? And as I got older, I recognized that meteorology, weather, was the science that allowed us to know about hurricanes. Across the island, we have a series of automatic weather stations and some manual stations that measure the different elements of weather. We have the 10-meter pole, and on this tower we have all the instruments and sensors that sample the atmosphere. So at the top, we have the wind sensors, and the wind sensors measures the wind speed and wind direction. We also have a station where we released an upper air balloon that samples the environment from the surface all the way up to about 200
we get the idea of these storms getting worse, right? But then you look at what some of the risk modeling shows, like over here, and it's
what
not
a catastrophe model is trying to answer is really 3
something
fundamental
you can really
questions.
build resilience
Where do
for.
these catastrophes occur? How often would they occur? And if they occur, what are the financial impacts from them? We have models covering more than 110 countries. In the case of catastrophes, there's nothing theoretical that we can compute with pure mathematics. Because it's so complicated, we have to go through this elaborate process of rolling the hurricane dice 10,000 times. And now we convert them into losses, and now we can do the counting that, oh, how many times did it exceed 50 billion? How many times did it exceed 100 billion? It's literally billions of calculations are happening behind the scenes. A catastrophe bond is essentially an insurance instrument where risk is being exchanged between two parties. What our models are really
what they're talking about is insurance on steroids, and you can ignore that because it's not important, nor is it useful. There is no way to fund your way out of yearly collapse attributed to climate disaster. If you are in a place where it's going to get worse, and when it does happen, it's already crippling, that's a problem. And it's not just about hurricanes. It's not just about sea level rise. The climate impact doesn't just sit on its own, you know, like, because the weather here comes in with earthquakes. They matter. Fires, they matter, especially in parts of the country that you're in that might see a drop in rain. That's going to lead to more dry areas that are more likely to light on fire in the summer. Places that don't have bushfires are going to start seeing them. You're going to have scenarios where the government of any particular country, not anyone specifically, but one that regularly does face ecological crisis, prepared themselves and their country for one particular future where a certain kind of ecological crisis is going to get worse, but didn't account for the fact that change in one part of the ecosystem here then results in changes in other parts of that ecosystem there, and then over time turns out, oops, sorry, we missed it entirely. We thought it was going to rain more. It's actually going to be hella dry. We have messed this up without climate change bearing down on us before. It's not the first time. Again, like the middle of Australia didn't used to be a desert. It's a desert now because we fucked it up. And that's not all that long ago. Like, it's relatively recently in the span of history. And so a quick change in various parts of the weather patterns can then result in unexpected changes in other parts of the country or in other parts of the same biome, and result in a collapse scenario, an ecological collapse scenario at the very least, where wildlife starts to die, where trees start to die, where essentially it is the desertification of that area. All right, now give me 2 seconds. I gotta go pee. And then we come back, we're going to talk about cops. Because the cops in America, I mean, we know this for a fact already, are insane, but they seem to be getting worse. And that's not surprising, given that they now have essentially immunity. But, I mean, like, this is some wild shit. It's too much. It's too much. But, 2 minutes. Okay. Y'all ready for this? Because this is some not so fun stuff. What's up, Crazy Krabby Jr.? Welcome back. Also, you have a Hassan emote. Nice emote. So, the situation around police, but also just around firearms, is fucking chaotic. Like, it's insane. Now, I have been telling you all, get a gun, learn how to use one. This is not how you use one.
Tonight, newly obtained surveillance video reportedly showing the moment an elected official in upstate New York shot a DoorDash driver outside his home. The driver, who has not been publicly named, was attempting to deliver food to a house in Chester, New York, police say, when he became...
Like, if this is your elected official, I have some questions.
...lost and unable to navigate using the app. They say he approached several homes asking for directions before arriving at the residence, seen here at a nearby address just before the shooting in a video obtained by News 12.
I have a dog that my phone is broken. Can help.
State police say he then went to the home of New York Highway Superintendent John Riley, who is also a federally licensed firearms dealer. Another video obtained by...
My guy, you're a federally licensed firearm dealer. Jesus Christ. This is a good time to mention that Uber driver's job is more dangerous than being a cop objectively. You are objectively correct, 100%. You think that every Uber driver doesn't face this risk no matter where they are in America? Hey, I'm back. What's up? What's up, Brain Matter? Good to see you. I am back. Sorry for the break, guys. It wasn't my fault, I promise. I wanted to stream. They just didn't let me. It was the fucking CIA.
News 12 reportedly showing the 48-year-old walking out of his house. The video appears to show Riley initially shooting into the side of his yard,
think you are?
yelling at the driver to leave as the DoorDash driver turned on his ignition.
Go! Go!
Moments later, firing toward the vehicle after the driver starts to reverse. Shooting once more as the victim drove off. Police say one of the bullets struck the driver in the back, causing serious physical injuries. Riley tonight out on bail, but
impressive shot. I'll give you that one. But like, no, that's fucking insane.
facing felony assault and criminal weapon possession charges.
This is hella illegal. Just saying. Yes, it is. It is hella illegal. It's not even stand your ground. You're not in your house, motherfucker.
State police.
Just shock, disbelief, disgust. I just can't believe that took place.
Chester Town Supervisor says the town board is holding a special meeting Tuesday morning to consider...
This moron laid grounds for the Uber driver to catch a justified homicide. You do not shoot to deter like he just did shoot the ground initially. The issue being, are they actually going to, are they going to give it to the Uber driver? Because I feel like an elected official is going to win. It's just outright because we don't have a real justice system anymore. Like, we just don't.
Calling for Riley's resignation.
We can't fire him. We can't
fire
appoint him. You know, we can't put him on leave of any type. He's elected.
Riley did not return our request for comment. A DoorDash spokesperson saying, quote,
he shot somebody while they were driving for what he assumed was a break-in. What kind of argument are you going to make around that? Because doorbell cam footage has audio of him saying, hey, this is DoorDash. My phone's not working. I need help. So can we put him somewhere else for the safety of everyone around him? Yeah, literally like a mental hospital. Prosecute him.
No one should ever fear.
We could deport him to El Salvador. Yeah. I'd like, unironically, if anyone should be going to El Salvador, it should be those guys.
Safety just for trying to make deliveries in their neighborhood. We're devastated by the senseless act of violence, and we're wishing the Dasher a full and speedy recovery.
This situation isn't representative of the town of Chester. You know, we are good people. You know, this is a complete outlier in terms of how we treat anybody from outside the community.
Riley does not yet have a new court date scheduled. Shaquille Brewster, NBC News.
Thanks.
Like, it's ridiculous. Again, like, to act this way towards an Uber driver.
They say he became lost and unable to navigate using the app. They say he approached several homes asking for directions before arriving at the residence. Seen here at a nearby address just before the shooting in a video
Oh, sorry, it wasn't
obtained by
his.
News
Never
12.
mind. It wasn't his.
My phone is broken. Can help.
State police say he...
Like, you're not wrong, by the way. It's absolutely representative of your community. He's elected. You're right, Captain Buggy. This is representative of that community. That's why I said, if this is your elected official, I have some questions. Did you think that this guy, I don't know, seemed remotely sane? Stable, even? If they're walking out of their house like this? To deal with
Another
a
video
DoorDash?
obtained by News 12 reportedly showing the 48-year-old walking out of his house.
And also, yeah, shooting the ground there, that's a deterrent shot. Everything going forward from there, that should be prosecutable.
Video appears to show Riley initially shooting into the side of his yard, yelling at the driver to leave as the DoorDash driver turned on his ignition.
Go! These fucks are always rabid for a legal kill. Go! That's because they want to kill people.
Firing toward the vehicle after the driver starts to reverse. Shooting once more.
I mean, they probably also voted for Trump, so they probably are as deranged as the people who would vote for it. I mean, yeah, he could shoot someone on Fifth Avenue and they'd still love him for it, remember? This is essentially a variant of that. I mean, the whole state of Pennsylvania did with Fetterman. He chased a black man with a shotgun. That's true. That's true. We just don't care about people in general. Like, I don't even mean any specific group of people. Rich, poor, black, white. Like, we just don't like people. People who aren't us and the immediate vicinity of our friend group or social group, we just don't like them in general. And that's fucked. Look at this. This is how we act in America now. This is the state of the country. This is fourth world country shit. We just don't care about life.
Shows the moment New Mexico sheriff's deputy had to surround two kids armed with a gun. Officials say the 7- and 9-year-old brothers tried shooting at the authorities during the standoff, but the gun jammed. CBS
The kids shot at the cops.
News correspondent Elise Preston has more.
Put it down, baby.
This is a sick country.
You're okay. A dramatic standoff with two young boys in the backyard of an Albuquerque, New Mexico home as deputies urge the 9- and 7-year-olds to drop a loaded handgun.
Fucking 9- and 7-year-old got into a gunfight with the cops.
Let's not do that. Let's take our hand off, buddy. Let's put it on the ground.
After talking to them for about 5 minutes, deputies fire a non-lethal projectile at the wall.
Drop it! Drop it!
And move in quickly at the right angle to grab the gun from the kids.
Drop it, both of you.
I don't even have the gun. I don't have the gun. County Sheriff John Allen credits the department's drone program for the safe ending of this high-risk situation.
The drone is great because it de-escalates and it makes...
Like, we're talking about this as if, like, that's all well and good, right? Like this is, like, yes, it's actually insane for this video to end talking about, oh, like, the drone program is really good. Like, no. Why, by the way? Well,
make sure that our deputies
to be clear, we'll find out in a second.
And then we can start de-escalating and speaking to the children.
Not only did you all use these drone resources, you also used resources
I mean, the kids had
behavioral
gun.
health.
And
this
they
case
were shot.
Is very complex. There's a lot of domestic violence issues involved in this case.
And that's why the kid had a gun, is because there's domestic violence issues in this household. And so the kid has a gun, and the cops show up, and the kid takes a shot at the cops because, I don't know, afraid the parent should be in jail? Well, there should definitely be somebody in jail, whether it's the domestic abuser in the house, whether, like, the kid got his hands on the weapon not because they just leave it lying around, but because during the heat of a domestic violence situation, the kid took the gun, then ran outside, either because the kid was afraid for their safety or because they were afraid that, I don't know, like, maybe someone else in the house might use that gun. There were different reasons why that kid could. So just based on that, I'm not going to say the parent should be separated forcefully. That I agree with. And there should be an investigation done in here. But the way that the cops, A, handle this is wrong on so many levels. And B, the fact that they're just like, yep, mission accomplished. We took the gun away from the kids, and then that's it. Like, let's just ignore the domestic violence situation that caused this to begin with, and move on, because that's not what the cops are there for.
And I told you we've been there over 50 times. We are trying to help the mother on the other side, who is also a victim of domestic violence.
So far, no charges have been filed in this incident.
Hey, put it down, don't do that.
Authorities are working to get the family trauma therapy and behavioral support.
I'm trying everything in my power as the sheriff to make sure that we don't utilize deadly force on a child. Unfortunately, I believe that's going to happen.
I'm Elise.
What? Why? Why would you need to say, like, why would you ever have that kind of thought? What is telling you that you might need to use deadly force on a fucking child? This is Albuquerque, New Mexico.
And behavioral support.
I'm trying everything in my power as the sheriff to make sure that we don't utilize deadly force on a child. Unfortunately, I believe that's going to happen.
I'm Elise Preston.
By the way, like, not only is that statement wild, what's worse is this particular household had called in for, called the police for domestic violence 48 times. 48 times prior to this incident. Why has it gotten to this point? I feel like something could have been done 46 times ago, at the very, 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 very least. Why? Because that child is making him fear for his life. As I've said before, the way that the police view problems in law enforcement is everything is under control as long as the cop has an available kill shot. Whether they want to take it or not doesn't matter. They might not even use that kill shot, but as long as they have it, then everything's under control. And the moment anything prevents them from, if they wanted to, shooting to kill, then they've lost control. Like, it is fucking insane. The fact that they're saying, oh yeah, we're absolutely gonna use deadly, force against a child at some point. Like, that's how you end the video? To say that? I can't. Breaks my brain. We're gonna try and not utilize deadly force on a child. Unfortunately, I think it's gonna happen. I mean, they already use deadly force on children. That's true. And to be fair, like, the kids have more experience getting shot at than the cops do more often than not, I would say. Really cementing that the anti-abolitionist, but without the police, who will show up the day after the crime to take photos and play Candy Crush and maybe shoot something? Look, all I'm gonna say is, if you want, actual policing, don't expect the police to do it for you. Go look at what communities like Cincinnati, Ohio did, where people in the community form a well-regulated militia, as is your Second Amendment right, as long as that still exists, and police the neighborhood through the community, as would make sense. But no, this is not that. Don't trust the cops. And again, the fact that after 40-something times of having to show up at this house for domestic violence calls, this time they arrive with this 11 or 7-year-old with a gun, and having a standoff where you're getting shot at as the cops. This could have been prevented by simply, I don't know, arresting the domestic abuser on the second incident of them being called in for domestic violence. You know, the first time, I feel like these are cops in New Mexico. I can see them being like, I'll let you off with a warning. Don't beat your wife. Don't drink too much, blah, blah, blah. And then maybe the second time you get called in, now you have to actually do something about it, right? At the very least, on the third, how is this how has the dad not been arrested? How is he not in jail? Tamir Rice was 5 and his gun was fake. That's true. That's true. These kids were white, which is probably why they didn't get shot. The kids took cover after the pig shot at them. Imagine being 7 years old and realizing you need a physical barrier to protect yourself from being shot. Well, I mean, the kids also shot at the cops, but I'm not sure who fired first, as it doesn't say. And Normally, I would say that it's the cops who fire first, but we are talking about a child here, who might have been afraid and might have shot back that way. So it's more complex than that. Was the older brother, looking brother who was the one with the gun? Yeah. Yeah. The 11-year-old. 7-year-old was just tagging along. Probably hiding from the chaos inside from their parents fighting. Oh, and just to show you that, like, you really can't trust the cops to do anything for you. You're just breezing past the we'll use deadly force on a child bit. Here, look at some examples of how cops helped a community or helped a community in the past. 40-year anniversary of this event.
The city of Philadelphia is holding an official day of remembrance today to mark 40 years since police used explosives to try and force the eviction of the Black liberation group named MOVE from their headquarters.
Yep, remember 40 years ago when Philly police used a bomb to try and get Black people out of a building? Yeah.
Order to use the bombs known as entry devices was made after a 90-minute firefight between police and people inside the house involving semi-automatic and automatic weapons. The ensuing fire killed 6 adults and 5 children inside the house and later spread to other buildings and leaving some 2.
This is how the police protect the community, is by leaving a giant fucking crater in it. Wait, we just talk about this on the news now? Isn't this supposed to be taught? Guess society's gonna finally acknowledge America's atrocities? Well, like, the people who this is for, who watch mainstream media in America, half of them, I would argue, are probably looking at this and going, yeah, good job to the cops for blowing up that building filled with Black liberation fighters. Like, unironically, especially in Philly, like, if we have a right-winger watching this, they're praising this.
250 people homeless.
Oh yeah, that's also the other bit is let's have cops protect and serve the community, except we bombed it and left 250 people homeless.
Spread to other buildings and leaving some 250 people homeless. No one from the city or police department was ever criminally charged in connection with the incident.
And nobody was charged for it. Like, again, to get people out of a house, they made a bomb, which then made 250 other people not have a house, and none of them got charged.
2 separate civil juries awarded a total of $14 million in damages to survivors and residents forced from their homes. All the bombing victims shared the adopted surname Africa. Ramona Africa.
It literally is domestic terrorism, but unfortunately, that's just law enforcement.
The only adult survivor of the bombing joins us now from Philadelphia. She was 29 years old at the time. Ramona, thank you for being here. What was MOVE aiming to do in the years before the bombing?
Well, what I was doing, what I was into is fighting for my family, the MOVE 9. You know, that was our demand. That's what we were talking to people about, the ongoing unjust imprisonment of the MOVE 9 for 30 to 100 years. It had nothing to do with profanity, with disturbing neighbors, nothing like that. In fact,
the fact that, like, those are the 2 examples that she's bringing up tells me that, like, really, when this happened, that was the excuse, is these Black people are disturbing the peace in the neighborhood by, I don't know, cussing too loud. Like, that's why all of this happened.
we took care of our neighbors, the elderly, you know, people with a lot of children. We took care of them. We shoveled the pavement all around the block so that elderly...
Looking at the Wikipedia page, see if you can spot the escalation by quotes. Neighbors complained to the city for years about trash around the building, confrontations with neighbors, and bullhorn announcements of political messages. The police obtained arrest warrants in 1985, charging 4 MOVE occupants with crimes including parole violations, contempt of court, illegal possession of firearms, and making terroristic threats. Right. Well, yeah, I would say the escalation comes from exactly what I said. Like, the timing of your message, Sundry Clown Car, perfect. Neighbors complained about loud noises, cursing and black people. That's it. That's why that happened. Nearly 500 police officers, along with city manager Leo Brooks, arrived in force and attempted to clear the building and execute the arrest warrants. Yeah, I wonder where that firefight might have initiated from. I did just say, actually, that it's usually the cops who fire first. I would go as far as to guess if 500 Philly PD showed up and then proceeded to bomb the fucking street, then yeah, they started the firefight as well. This is the era of, let's forget about the Second Amendment when it comes to black people anyway. So like, it's not necessarily something that doesn't track. It's like, even with that quote of like parole violations, contempt of court, illegal possessions of firearms, and making terroristic threats being the charges of, you only get the making terroristic threats charge if you are of a ethnic group that isn't white and you are threatening an ethnic group that is white, or white passing. And the illegal possession of a firearm in general is just overly applied to black people, just because black people go to prison more, because we over-police for drug crimes, especially non-violent ones, which then make it so you can't own a firearm, which is never prosecuted, by the way, when it's someone like Matt Gaetz, who commits felonies and owns a firearm.
People would not fall and be hurt.
White supremacy.
Wood-burning stoves for people whose gas got cut off, whose heat got cut off. This is the things that we did for our neighbors. So, you know, there might have been a few complaints from, you know, Osage residents, but one Osage resident, the block captain, he was saying that when they rebuilt the houses that had burnt down, he said he wasn't taking no buy-off from them. He was saying that, you know, the people that lived on Osage Avenue need to get need to get on the move.
So as in, we're gonna bomb your house, and then also when we rebuild them, we don't want the people who used to live there to come back. So that really makes the city look really accurate to the time period. Black Americans are more likely to go to prison because of systemic racism, and that's held in their communities, held down by these rich white people or the police targeting them. Yeah, of course. Like, that systemic racism is applied through over-policing, whether it's through drug crime or not. In general, yes. That's kind of been, like, the whole focus of the police, especially prior to the Trump police regime. Prior to 2016, where the police then became part of the culture war battle, at least from the right's perspective, that was their primary mode of operation, is just oppress black communities. So
now that's what he was saying, and we know that's how a lot of people on that block felt.
Ramona, what do you remember most about that day?
I'm sorry?
What do you remember most about that day?
What I remember most is the police commissioner, Gregory Sambor, getting on the loudspeaker on Sunday night, Mother's Day night, and saying, "Attention, move. This is America. You have to abide by the laws."
Holy shit. Like, it's so funny how on par with today's right wing they are. Attention, move. This is America. Like, what? These are black Americans in fucking Philadelphia. No shit, they're well aware that it's America. It's how cops got their funding. Would you rather arrest a rich white person who will have lawyers legally fight back, or a poor black person who'll take a plea deal? Well, also don't forget that, like, we do slavery in prison, so we want the black people back in prison, or at least, you know, we do, from the state's white supremacist view, want more black people in prison because that's more slave labor. The brass balls necessary to say something like that and then firebomb a house, firebomb 250 people's houses, actually.
Rules of America. You have 15 minutes
This is America. You have to follow the law. Proceeds to blow up an entire residential block.
Out.
That's
now,
the cops.
We didn't come out.
That's the police.
We knew they didn't want to simply arrest us. They wanted to kill us, which they had proven over the years. Over the years, they tried to move people. May 13th of 85 was no different. We knew what they intended to do. In fact, they really wanted to kill our children because the police commissioner, when asked about our children, said, we see their children as much of a threat as we do the adults. The second thing is...
The fuck, man? Like, we are a spiritually sick country. The brainworms run deeper than I thought. But if a white person's house gets firebombed, then they will make it a priority to knock on the minorities' doors and find an easy target to blame them. Yeah. Yeah.
Is that on Sunday, Mother's Day, one of our supporters came to our house on Osage Avenue and asked us, did we need anything, any food, because she was going food shopping. We said yes and gave her a list of what we needed. Now, there was no police blockade.
The children being a threat thing, like, again, it's the same reason that Palestinian kids are targeted. It's because it brings the people doing the targeting joy. They're demons.
At the time she came onto the block.
Okay.
When they came back,
there's no kid that's a threat.
Kids came back to Osage Avenue. There was a police barricade at the top of Osage Avenue, which is a small one-way street going from 62nd.
Racism
I'm sorry
is a
to
threat.
interrupt you again, but I do want to ask you,
like,
because the city council...
In Gaza, yeah, but like in this case, this is just terrorism. All this is just terrorism. Again, let's firebomb an entire residential block as the police because we want black people to leave, but also the children are more of a threat than the adults. Like, the mentality is not all that dissimilar to A, the right wing's mentality today, or B, the right wing's mentality in Israel, which, ironic considering the year, Reagan was not the most pro-Israel. And so, at the time, the rhetoric of police and the behavior of police in the United States matching up so well with our modern context, it just makes so much sense to me. All of it, like, it makes so much sense. They always want to paint it as future terrorists or future criminals. Well, like, yeah, they want to be able to police you before you commit crime because they think that you will, whether or not you actually will or not. That's just, like, not policing. At that point, that's oppressing.
Council voted last week to mark the day as a, quote, day of reflection and remembrance. What does that mean to you?
Well, 40 years of injustice. You know, our fight for our family paid off because the Move 9 came home in 2019. And that was our demand, you know, on May 13th and, you know, the year or so before
40
that.
years later, the people you were protesting for got released from prison. And all it took was the Philadelphia Police Department making 250 homeless people. Creating them when there didn't need to be, considering they all had homes. And the fact that following this, A, not only no cop lost their job or was criminally charged for literally making a bomb, but that we continue to pretend that the police protect the community after this, even like just Philadelphia, really, but I mean, as a country, that we can look at that and we can say that the cops are absolutely looking out for all of us. You know, they're here to protect you and me. No, it's delusional. Oh my goodness. Sorry, I got a package. 1 second. I am muted. Oopsie. Sorry about that. I got the package, just threw it in my room, and then came back. But yeah, no, this is insane. And y'all jumped too quickly on the chair stream thing. I was gone for like 6 seconds. So before we get into other worse news around police, at least somewhere in the middle here, I feel like just a palate cleanser, still involving a cop, but actually not a horrific incident in this case. This is about a raccoon.
The
with a
raccoon
meth
has
pipe.
her meth pipe.
As what?
Oh my god. Her meth pipe. He's playing with the meth pipe right now. No, don't reach for it. That's evidence now.
Oh, I don't want him to have that.
That's why I'm gonna do it. Hey, buddy. Huh? It's okay.
The raccoon can have a little bit of
meth.
meth as a treat, just a little bit.
Okay. The raccoon's playing with her meth pipe. Oh, there's no way. He's trying to smoke it. All right. Thanks. There's no way.
Man, I love raccoons so much. I really do. The block has been rebuilt twice since the bombing due to shady construction. Descendants of one of the victims, Mike Africa Jr., bought the old house in 2023 and has announced his plans to turn it into a memorial. That's awesome. Poor raccoon, give him some Cheetos. Yeah, literally, like, just let the raccoon have a little bit of the meth pipe. The fact that that woman was driving around Ohio with a raccoon in the car, let alone a raccoon in a meth pipe, is funny. Like, what is Ohio at this point? Are you the new Florida over there? Ohio raccoons are friend-shaped? Okay, all raccoons are friend-shaped. It's just, they're not always friendly. But the fuck is going on over there in Ohio? And then we go to Georgia, where a college student is in ICE custody after being arrested accidentally for something that she didn't do. Ohio is just a meme state, that's true. I'll never forget this dude I saw at BLM protest with 2 chickens on his shoulders, and then half an hour later he was running around looking for one of them. That's amazing.
18-year-old Jimena Arias Cristobal was stopped by Dalton police on May 5th. She was pulled over because police thought she had made an illegal right turn. But police are now saying they pulled over the wrong person.
After reviewing the dash cam video of the traffic stop, it was determined that Miss Arias Cristobal's vehicle was very similar in appearance to the offender vehicle that actually made the improper right turn.
Assistant Police Chief Chris Crossan showed the dash camera video. He says the officer who arrested Arias Cristobal saw a black truck make an illegal...
Okay, really quickly. You saw how quickly that truck passed, like, in general.
He says the officer who arrested Arias Cristobal saw a black truck.
This stood out to me immediately, just because of the colors around, you know? I saw that. If the cop in this scenario is looking, and he is, because immediately following this, pulls out and to try and follow this car, you would have seen this if you were remotely good at your job, right? Not a brain cell in sight? Yeah.
Make an illegal right turn, but he lost sight of the vehicle at a traffic light. When the light turned green, the officer began searching for the truck and mistakenly pulled over Arias Cristobal, who was driving a gray truck.
The officer was looking for the truck and ended up stopping the vehicle that he believed was the offender vehicle once he called out to it.
Very clearly
asked,
has a closed top, whereas the other one didn't. And I don't know how maybe it's just me, I don't know. But the distinct little sliver of a color that contrasts with every color around it in the car was really noticeable. And this being covered was also immediately noticeable.
Arias Cristobal for her license. She has an international license,
yeah, he just
but didn't have it with her. He then informed her that because she had no license, she would be going to jail.
Okay, so that's something that confuses me here. But yes, you're right. He is lazy. He was just looking at the car, and didn't really care to do any more investigating than that. Like, sure, you can pull someone over, right? Especially if you're looking and the vehicle fits like the matching description. Like, this isn't all that bad. If this happened and they just let her go, that's fine. There's nothing wrong with that. But what they're saying is that they arrested her because she didn't have an American driver's license, but she had a foreign one from what again.
The officer asked Arias Cristobal for her license. She has an international license, but didn't have it with her.
You're allowed to drive in the United States without a U.S. driver's license if you have an international one. Are you not? Like, in Australia, you're allowed to drive for 6 months with a foreign driver's license before you have to get an Australian one. I'm just to be curious, because I'm pretty sure you can. I've seen people come on holiday, drive in America. They don't need an American driver's license. Now, she didn't have the ID with her, and that's a problem. But that's not illegal. As long as you can produce a copy of the ID. Like, if this cop was reasonable, let me call my friend so she can take a photo of the ID and send it over so I could show you. Like, oh, sorry, my purse was left in my dorm room. If you come back to the university with me, I will show you my driver's license. If you want to give me a ticket, like, you can still do that. Like, there are ways to engage in a situation like this that isn't just, all right, I'm arresting you and you're going to ICE prison. I think I've seen videos of rich kids out west with international driver's licenses trying to explain to a cop that it was legal. Yeah, in most states, you can drive with an international license. Like, which states can you? Hold on. U.S. international driver's license. God, it really is down to every state to determine that themselves, and that's just really stupid. Like, that's actually really dumb. And to be fair, we also have states, like, setting different standards for when you're allowed to drive, and, you know, like, it's all bullshit. But, like, yeah, no, they're almost certainly arresting this woman because they feel like it. Again, like, even if this state doesn't technically allow for you to drive with a foreign license, like, most cops wouldn't arrest you for that. Like, they genuinely wouldn't. The idea of you don't have it on you and that's a crime, that part I understand, but that's still something that you could work out. You could still, again, get a photo sent over. What I like it better in Australia, the system here, is you don't actually need to carry your driver's license. All you need to do is to be able to produce either a photo of it or to just know your, like, license number. And in America, the license number is like 9-10 digits long, which makes it a little bit more difficult. In Australia, it's only 6 and 2 of them are letters, so, you know, that helps at the very least. But yeah. According to Bing, driving in Georgia without a license on you is a misdemeanor that can result up to a year in jail, a fine of $1,000. So this escalation is some bullshit. So, like, again, it's a misdemeanor for what I'm assuming is a first offender here, and they sent her to ICE prison. They can still look you up in the system. Like, yeah, there's things you can do. You don't need to arrest them for this. And it's not like she didn't have a license, she just didn't have it on her. That's a crime. Good. Give them a ticket for it. That's fine. You can ticket her for the misdemeanor. You just don't have to put her into a fucking slave camp. In Norway, it's not that easy for foreigners to drive because of the snowy conditions. That's why we have a good public transit system. To be fair, like, public transit is preferable. So, just, if it's not on you, I've been stopped without a wallet and the cops just ran my name and saw that I had one. If you are driving in the United States and you don't have it on you, you can have them look you up, yeah. But it is illegal for you to drive without a license. Like, you have to have it in your wallet, in your purse, in your car, in most places in America. In Australia, you don't actually need the physical card present. You just need to know the number or have a photo of it. It's one of the most, we're arresting you for funsies situations around. Yeah, it is.
He then informed her that because she had no license, she would be going to jail.
Again, she does have a license. She has an international driver's license.
So in the state of Georgia, when you drive without a license, do you know what happens? Have you ever been to jail? Oh, you're going.
She was taken to the
You're having a grand old time, aren't you, fucking pig?
County Jail, and when a booking procedure identified that she wasn't a legal citizen, she was taken to an ICE detention center in South Georgia. After reviewing the footage, Dalton police dropped all charges, but the Dalton teen still remains in the custody of ICE. Chief Crossan says they have no plans to notify.
So they dropped all charges on her, but she's still being kept by ICE.
Immigration enforcement of the dropped charges.
But you're not planning on alerting ICE about this dismissal? Yeah, I don't think that would be something for our agency. That would certainly be in the process of the procedure.
And they're arresting her after pulling her over while mistaking her for someone else. Yeah, like, I wonder, did the cop just give up on looking for the actual person he was looking for? Oh yeah, the way he was talking sounded like a porno setup. It literally does.
Arias Cristobal was arrested on May 5th, but Chief Crossan says the Dalton Police Department didn't watch the dash cam footage until Sunday evening, which was 6 days later.
We felt like it would probably be a case that would go to court, and this evidence would be important to make sure it was preserved.
The identity of the officer who made the traffic stop hasn't been released. Chief Crossan says the department is conducting an internal investigation before deciding.
No, this was a documented immigrant. Again, a documented immigrant, long leg Homo sapien. The cop simply looked at a minority and said, this should be an easy one. Yes.
Any potential actions regarding the officer.
Once we have everything gathered, everything kind of in the same place, that's when, ultimately that determination will be made.
When asked what the department had to say to her family,
look, Sundry Clown Car, honestly, I kind of am starting to prefer if the cops do nothing. We just looked at the cops bombing a fucking residential block because they were trying to do something in the 80s. I don't actually think the cops do anything useful when they try and help. What's the actual reason that she's with ICE then? Because she has an international driver's license. She's a college student. So the cop pulled her over because A, she didn't have her driver license like on her, which is why she's getting arrested. It is illegal to drive without the physical license on you in that state. But there are ways around that. But it's also the fact that she's an international student. That's why she's nice. Again, like, the cops arrested her, they booked her, then they found out that she wasn't a citizen, so then ICE took her. And then the cops then dropped all charges, but she's still being held for just driving with an international driver's license. And to be clear, committing the crime of driving without having your license on you in person. But I mean, like, an ICE detention center is a bit extreme for just, hey, I mean, I have a license, it's just not in my car. Yeah, deport the people of color, import white South Afrikaners, push to enslave black people again. Like, yeah, that's been what we're doing.
Everything kind of in the same place, that's when ultimately that determination will be made.
When asked what the department had to say to her family, Chief Crossan said this.
As you can see, the wrong vehicle was stopped. And it is a very regrettable thing that, that is where this led.
It's very regrettable that that she's in a concentration camp now. I guess once ICE has you, charges don't matter anymore. Everything ICE does is outside the law anyway. True. Real question, where the fuck is she gonna end up? Because we all know that this admin doesn't tell us where the fuck all the women end up. I don't know. I still don't know where any of the women that ICE is arresting are. I'd be curious to know. I mean, I don't assume it's good. But yeah, where the fuck are they? And no, it's not just you. I'm sure you guys saw on the news, you know, the mayor of Newark in New Jersey being arrested. This whole situation has been fucking insane. Stop calling it an admin, it's a regime. I mean, I call it both. It's not really it's a semantic issue. But yeah, it is a regime. I mean, we are living in fascism. This is not looking at this is already here. Like, we're in the fascism. It's not far away. It's not hiding. Like,
You have the nonsense. You have 20. This is the mayor of the
yeah, tomato, potato.
You are here on private property. On private property.
All right, this is the last. I'm not, man. This is the last warning.
Oh, it's Congresswoman. Let's show some respect. Show some respect.
Call her man.
You have no respect.
Listen,
what does it mean?
Congressmen are different. Congresswomen are different. Mr. Mayor, anyone that is not a congresswoman or man, step out. This is the last warning. You will be placed under arrest.
Okay. Really quickly. The mayor of this town, of this city, should in no way be arrested for going somewhere in his city, in his city's jurisdiction to check. The ICE justification is this is interference with federal law enforcement. That's horseshit. But, I mean, like, honestly, based of the mayor for getting arrested. I would have thought less of him if he hadn't gotten arrested.
We place under arrest.
You let him in, you piece of shit! He's the mayor, let him in!
Don't rush in, don't rush in.
Go.
No, please.
Clear the gate. Back up.
Thank you, Mayor.
So, by the way, the right said this was them storming the facility. It doesn't look like they're storming the facility to me. It looks like one of their guards opened the door. As in, this guy is a guard. You'll see on his clothing iconography that identifies him as such later in the video. And then you see the people walk in. So this is being, again, reported by Fox as storming the facility.
No, please. Clear the gate. Back up.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
And they just let the mayor in as well, so...
Shame on you people!
They're saying that because he was on this side, that
Yeah, he got arrested after he left. And, like, again, like, I'm glad that he got arrested, because it is optically bad for them and good for us. Storming the facility while 7-year-old pencil pusher lady body slams a guard, no less. Yeah, actually, they claimed that there is instances of physical assault on the ICE officers and being body slammed by one of the women here. You're gonna see what they're actually talking about. It's very funny. They really are snowflakes.
Where's my congresswoman?
So they're saying she's the one that body slams somebody. Can you believe that MAGA are calling the new Pope woke? Yes, I can.
No. Don't touch her. This is not right.
Stop! You violated the law. Jesus Christ. The mayor left the facility and suddenly, just like the guards, like NPCs, activated. Well, the thing is, ICE agents are pussies. They're all cowards. So they're never going to start a direct confrontation when there is, A, loud people that will yell back at them, and B, a crowd. They don't want the crowd. They don't like confrontation. They're afraid. They're the average fascist. A coward pretending to be a strongman. What's up, Zach? So, look, all I know is we're seeing the right talk about how the left is you know, storming facilities and attacking officers, but every bit of this clip that I've seen looks like it's the cops instigating force and violence, and that would track with them being cops. Oh, also the fact that they're all covering their faces and wearing masks, like, don't you love living in a third world country? Like, this is some Soviet Russia shit. This is some actually post-Soviet collapse Russia shit. This is some Putin's special assassins on the street shit. He's literally wearing fucking face masks. Yeah, they're just goons. We're the fourth world. You're right. We're not the third world. The third world is better than America. This is North Korea shit. Yeah. Well, actually, in North Korea, they wouldn't wear the mask. Remember, by the way, these are congressmen and women. And some of them do. They do definitely, when they do their terrorism, wear ski masks, just like these ICE officials are. It's like fucking Chechnya or some shit. This is pussy shit.
It's on the code. It's on the code. On the code. Calm down. Calm down. I'm not resisting. I know.
Keep all your damn hands off of me.
You're here.
Hell wrong with you? You ever put your hands on me? Hell wrong with you?
It gets worse though, guys. Oh yes, and she somehow apparently body slams one of these agents. I sure believe that. They definitely didn't just make that up because loud black woman equals monkey body slam. It takes like half a brain cell to know where they get their ideas from. My newer brethren.
Let's just walk on this. I am filing a complaint. All right. I am filing a complaint. Listen to me. I'm filing a complaint. You don't dare talk to a congresswoman like that, and you got to put your hands on me.
Yeah. Fucking based. Good for you. Although it's not looking good for you. They get face masks but enforce mask bans. Hell, I wish an ICE officer got body slammed. Yeah, would be amazing. Did she shoot a double leg or a single leg? I don't know what that means. Ever notice how ICE never goes after actual gang members because they know the actual goons will fight back? Well, like, ICE is the gang members for the most part. Like, it's just the Proud Boys. Look at this. Like, ICE has a tank over here. This is your average ICE member. They're just like shitty MAGA. And they are likely also like Proud Boys. They're neo-Nazis. That's who joins ICE. No one joins ICE unless you're already a piece of shit. But you want to see ICE get the shit beat out of them? This is in Worcester, Massachusetts. ICE attacking a mother and her 2 children, including a newborn baby. Brave neighbors attempt to intervene and protect the family from being kidnapped by regime troops and collaborator police forces. This dipshit should be cosplaying Winston from Overwatch so he could do some good. I've never played Overwatch. I wouldn't know. Bro can't run around the block but thinks that he's the law. Yeah, you're not wrong. Have a lovely game night with your friends, SN. I'll see you tomorrow. Look, I'm just gonna be honest with you. If ICE is on your street pulling out your neighbors from their house, your fucking moral obligation is to make that shit as difficult as possible. Like, you go out there and you cause a problem. If it means getting arrested, that's up to you. You get to make that choice. I mean, you should make a choice knowing at least like the possible consequences. But yeah, no, like, get arrested to protect your neighbors from being thrown into concentration camps. Like, that shit is normal. That makes sense. Oh, and their wrestling techniques. I see. Thank you, thank you. Law enforcement in this country no longer, like, deserves any respect. Cause disruption to the Gestapo, and the Gestapo hold less power. Yeah. And, like, the Gestapo are afraid, right? That's why they wear the mask. That's why they look like this, is because they know what they're doing is some Nuremberg trial shit. And they don't want their identity to be known. Is that like 45 cops? Yeah, that is. That's how many cops you need to go and, I don't know, pull people out of their houses. I say just need to be isolated amongst friends, family, and associates. Yeah, don't be friends with these people. Shame them. Hold nothing but contempt for them. These are the brown shirts. This is the Nazi Gestapo. Oppression is so fragile because it's so artificial. It leaks, it breaks. It's true. It is. And I mean, like, right now, they're not afraid. What they're going to do, because they have two options now, especially with summer coming up. They could, one, ramp some of the hatred down. Let's say, mission accomplished, we got 10 million migrants out of the country, let's get back to making the economy function, right? I don't think they're going to go that way. I think they're going to double down. I think they're going to go even harder. And I think that they're going to wait until a large protest, at least early in the summer, and they will try and break the left's spirit by using an immense amount of force during that. That's what the threats on habeas corpus are for. That's what the two martial law executive orders do. It's preparing for this. They'll claim 10 million while having only done like 4,000. Well, that's one option. I think it's the other. Roger Stone, by the way, says that every Democratic senator should be executed for criticizing Trump's crypto ventures. I'm not kidding. We're already a police state, Crazy Krabby Jr. We've been a police state for a long time. That's not going to change. It's just the police now hate you. And they already did, but now they're allowed to hate you. But yeah, Roger Stone talking about how senators should be executed. And then, of course, you know, we have Stephen Miller.
Hold on, there's a question back there first. Well, the Constitution is clear, and that, of course, is the supreme law of the land. That you'd ignore. The privilege of the writ of habeas corpus can be...
Oh, sorry, is it a privilege? Because it's not a privilege, it's a right.
...suspended in a time of invasion. So I would say that's an option we're actively looking at. Look, a lot of it depends on whether the courts do the right thing or not. At the end of the day, Congress passed a body of law known as the Immigration and Nationality Act, which stripped Article 3 courts. That's...
Look, it doesn't matter what he says because, like, his justification's a lie anyway. Non-citizens have the same rights as citizens under the Constitution, and they hate the Constitution. They ignore the Constitution. And when they say invasion, this is what they mean. You want to see what the right says about this? Democrat politicians are storming detention facilities. This is an insurrection. They're talking about this like this is Jan 6th. Genuinely, like this is Jan 6th to them. That's because Trump doesn't know anything. Trump just does what his people tell him. He doesn't even read. He doesn't know what the law is. He always says, I'll have to see what my lawyer says when someone's asked a question to him about the law, pertaining to the law. They're talking about everything in the flipped version now. We are now the counterculture, and they are the establishment. And so, yeah, like, I mean, to be fair, I wouldn't mind an insurrection. I think that would be pretty based. I don't think you should do it. I'm not telling any of you to do it. I'm just saying I would personally enjoy an insurrection in the United States. From far away, not to participate, none of that. I would just enjoy watching it on television, watching it unfold on social media. That'd be great. I'm a fan. Now, is there one? No. No. And could the left, or forget the left, could Democrats make that a thing? No. Democrats could not create a rhythm of anger, of resentment, of injustice, of getting a coalition of people to work together and to do an insurrection. That would be beyond their capability. When Stephen Miller talks, I pretty much just tune his words out and interpret it as, so we're trying to do holocausts, and the Constitution is clear that we can holocaust, so yeah, holocaust. That's exactly what he's saying. Honestly, just, like, that is a good enough sentiment to just replace anything that he says. Yeah. Trump importing more Nazis, they're all welcome here. Yeah, we know. Yeah. But again, like, the way that they're talking about this is that this is getting ready for us. This isn't about migrants. This isn't for migrants. Democrats won't do shit. They're opposed to the leftists as well. Yeah. You're right.
It's the judicial branch of jurisdiction over immigration.
All right, sorry, I forgot. I don't care to listen to you talk about how much you like the Holocaust. And again, these are pussies. These people know that they're doing shit that would get them put on the Nuremberg trials and hanged for crimes against humanity. And they're also terrified of facing social backlash. Friends, family, their girlfriend. I'm the most isolated capital city. I'm immune. Don't you live in the part of Australia where we're building the, like, nuclear sub bases? And don't forget that they do have tanks. I think I saw the symbol on that loser's hat on a Cybertruck today. That wouldn't be surprising, considering they're all kind of the same. All Nazis are pretty much the same. This is the mayor's comments on being arrested.
The reality
the Kangaroo Dome, we need it.
The U.S. attorney wasn't there. She doesn't know what happened. Clearly, that is not the context of what happened. I was there for over an hour in that space, and nobody ever told me to move. I was in there for over an hour. Not a single person, not an officer from ICE.
Again, it's because they don't want confrontation. They are pussies. They will only engage when they don't have to face any backlash.
Any of the security guards, nobody told me to leave that place. Somebody from Homeland Security came in the end and began to escalate the situation, and we wound up being where we are today. And that's frankly the extent of it. I didn't go there to break any laws. I didn't break any laws. I was there as the mayor of the city, exercising my right and duty as an elected official.
Sounds
supporting our
normal.
Congress people, preparing for a press conference that was supposed to happen there. I did not enter that place.
So, like, to be clear, they just arrested him because they felt like it. Like, that's why they did it. That's the whole reason. That's all of it. Now, really quickly. God damn it. Oh, I'm sorry. I messed something up really quick. Oops. Here. First they came for the black mayor, and I was not a black mayor, so I did not speak out. I mean, realistically, first they came for the Palestinians, and we all spoke out, and nothing changed. Democrats should move to Israel if that's all they stand for. Well, I mean, like, what they stand for isn't Israel. What they stand for is money. Israel doesn't matter. Nobody in America, in politics, actually gives a shit about Israel. Not a single one of them do. They care about themselves. And to be clear, we're going to talk about that in a bit, but the American support for Israel straight up just comes from a death cult. Like, nothing else. It's just a death cult. And you'll see why. We just need to get through immigration first, and then we're going to talk about the Middle East. It is all a suicide cult. You're not wrong. So, really quick, first and foremost, I think we need to implement this in reality more. When you see right-wingers in person, especially ones like Josh here, laugh at them. When they are slurring you and are like, laugh at them like it's actually hysterical with your friends. Like, look, tell me that this doesn't produce a better outcome than calling this guy a piece of shit and fighting with him.
Hey, Josh, come here. Hey, Josh. Get out of my country, you immigrant fuck.
Like, they know this guy is a racist, like, MAGA dipshit. And when they see him in public, they specifically call attention to him. Like, hey, Josh, come over here, come on. Because they want to fuck with him. And I think we need to make that normal. Like, if you have the privilege of fucking with these people, of like, hey, come over here, come yell at me, like, it's really fun. Like, it's a better way of dealing with them. Bully them.
Josh, come here. Hey, Josh. Get out of my country, you immigrant fuck.
Gus, you're so right. Like, that kid feels more uncomfortable when he's getting called over and being laughed at. Whereas if you called him a Nazi, racist, evil, he would just feel better about himself. They like these titles. That's why like people like Elon don't mind being called a Nazi. They like the dark aspect of it. They feel like it's cool. If you tell a 16-year-old boy, don't do that, it's bad, and then they do it because you told them not to, because it's cool to be against the grain. Whereas if it's just cringe, then you have no incentive to continue to do it. I've done this, and it was with an old dude in his 40s, and his wife told me that I'm not allowed over anymore because I keep upsetting her husband. Like, they can't cope with being laughed at because the foundation of their ideology is insecurity. All of their beliefs come from insecurity. They have this eternal victim complex already pre-built in, and so when you laugh at them, they don't know how to handle that. I would probably piss him off by saying my ethnic brothers will steal his women. I like telling right-wing, like, MAGA women that I will pray to Allah that their children are gay and trans. That one seems to be a good one. That works. Here's some other, like, things you could do. You know, the primary political tactic of the right online through the last 8 years was to troll us online. And I feel like maybe we can learn from that.
Set up a website for reporting illegal immigrants, and sometimes people end up on it thinking that it's real. Like this person who wanted to report a man named Parminder. They said if someone filed the asylum, then he cannot hoe back, same country, right, sir? I said that's absolutely right. He cannot hoe back. They said his name is Parminder. He went to India 2 times by road from Nepal. First time he don't have green card. He only have travel document he got marriage on.
This guy can't even type words, can't speak English. We're this illiterate of a country.
I said, thank you for this information. What compelled you to tell on him?
Like, think about the context of this. This is reporting a human being to what you think is the government. And you're just typing like a caveman?
File the asylum, then he cannot hoe back, same country, right, sir? I said, that's absolutely...
Speak good words, understand? Like, yeah, like you're typing like this to the government to report somebody. You're probably not capable of higher quality speech all that much.
Right. He cannot hoe back. They said his name is Parminder. He went to India 2 times by road from Nepal. First time he don't have green card. He only have travel
Like, mate, do you speak English? Should ICE come to your house? Can you pass a citizenship test?
Marriage on. I said, thank you for this information. What compelled you to tell on him? They said, I don't know. Someone asked me why he filed the asylum if he is safe in India. I said, so you want to deport someone just for the hell of it? They said, I'm so sorry, sir. Just wanted to know. They sent me the pictures, so I just want to know. Sorry if I'm wrong, sir. I said, you are absolutely wrong. Parminder is an honest, hardworking American. Tell me now that you agree to never tell...
If they're that fucking stupid, then sure, do it. Why not? If you can use the tactics of parenting a 7-year-old who doesn't want to do what you want them to do, if that is good enough, then go for it.
On him again. They said, okay, sorry, sir. I said,
Santa
"Say I
will bring
agree."
you coal if you're
I
bad.
agree, sir. I said, "You're goddamn right, you agree. I don't want to hear from you ever again."
Oh, no worries, Gust. Like, honestly, I have technical issues all the time. But I do enjoy your streams. I've also been Jeez, sorry, that was loud. I've also been having some tech issues. That's why I was off the last 2 days. I've been moving, and the setup has been, as the Australians say, scuffed, but it's all good now. Me this week is going to be exactly the same. Today, I'm getting an encrypted router, and then I'm going to have to be fucking around with DNS settings and making sure my internet works, even though, like, I just had 2 days of no internet just so I could stream tomorrow. All right, give me 2 seconds. I gotta go pee, and then when I come back, we're gonna take a look at Hassan talking about him being detained by Customs and Border Patrol. I actually haven't seen this video yet, so I haven't even seen really clips from it. So it's gonna be pretty interesting. That's a whole other set of issues. Geez, that is true. And I also always have some OPSEC along like Homo sapien. I just don't really try all that hard. All right, 2 secs. I will leave you with the boy. Actually, guys, give me like 1 more minute because this is a long video. So let me get some Nick in me. It's on about to be on CNN too. God damn, the man is everywhere lately. Wasn't he also on Fox News like just last week? The clip include the bit where he went, "I did this because I'm rich and famous and can weather your questions." No, it didn't. But that definitely does sound like Hassan. Look, I'm not gonna watch that whole 40-minute video, but I do want to get a rundown and just I'm curious to see how much attention they're giving to leftist content creators, and B, just what exactly are they doing? Like how thoroughly are they looking through your phone or questioning you? Or do they do this to everybody? Like, do they have specific lists of people to look out for, you know? Like, there's a lot to think about there. 2 minutes. Okay. Let's talk about fucking ICE agents or border patrol or whatnot. I hate this. I hate these people. I really do. I hate having to talk about how much of a shithole this country is. I used to actually like America. I mean, we were never good morally, but we had opportunity to be.
Boy, do I have some stories to tell you. Holy moly.
You were
They're
very
watching.
loud, mate.
Oh, the feds are watching. They're always watching. Feds are always like this. Okay. Now we know for real.
They are always watching.
I have a lot of interesting stories to tell you. Man, where do I begin? God damn. Yesterday, I did not actually broadcast for some interesting news. Once again, pre-watch Piker struck again. I remember I was joking about like what I foresaw would potentially happen as I entered the United States of America, and that thing that I foresaw happening actually ended up happening, and I'm obviously going to talk about it. For those of you who don't know, I was detained by Customs and Border Patrol. I was
for several
tactically
hours
ascertained and engaged in a kinetic situation where I was kinetically moved into a detention center inside of the O'Hare Airport, which I will tell you all about in a second.
Oh, as a kid, that was
Didn't
America.
pass the ocular pat down.
And
I
Futurama.
believe it was before the ocular pat down. It's the flight manifest that they get ahead of time. They knew who I was and they were ready to receive me. Let's just say, and it wasn't a very warm welcome.
Phrasing,
so
mate.
what's happening? What's happening in Chicago? What the?
He was
that?
illegally
You know, this is
detained
my
for
only
2 hours and then released the moment he asked if he was being detained. Yeah, of course. The issue being, there is no illegality anymore. You can't say that he's being illegally detained. He's just being detained. And they could have really easily disappeared him. I mean, like, the fact that they didn't shows that the right really does need us more than we need them. They need someone to get mad at. And Hassan is the largest left-wing streamer. They had him on Fox News. He's going on CNN. He's the one that they get mad at. They want him to stay so they can still get mad at him. I've never been a big Hassan fan, but I respect him for giga-chatting his way through the situation. Yeah, me too. And like, the way that he handled it is the way that most people would recommend you just handle any confrontation with law enforcement. And so it wasn't all that complicated. Like, from what I know, he did just ask like the basic questions of why am I being detained? Am I being detained? Am I under arrest? Am I free to go? And then you go. And just like, you know, kept them in a room for 2 hours.
My second time
Really?
coming back
Drama
here, and the
tubers?
first time I was here for the DNC got kicked out. Second time I couldn't even enter the state almost. Definitely an interesting experience, let me tell you, okay? Our story begins at Paris's premier international airport.
Okay, that's a bit too early.
In a situation where I've been like stuck in France and stuff, like I had to do crazy maneuvering to get out. So I knew that. And because I knew that, I was like, I'll go 3 hours early. It's something that I never do. Usually I'm actually very slow. But this time I was like, I'll go 3 hours early and everything will be fine. I was already worried that I was going to have issues coming into the country. I had joked about it already. So I was like, at least on the one side,
like the thing is, like, the way he's saying this makes me think that he thought there was a chance that they wouldn't have. And that boggles my mind. They asked him about Asmongold. What the fuck is their job?
leaving the country of France will not be that big of a problem.
You're not entitled to one.
Boy, was I wrong.
Long leg Homo
Okay,
sapien.
boy, was
Bring a lawyer with
I
you.
wrong. So I hit the triple Monty. I had like a generational run. There was massive traffic going in.
Okay, I don't need to hear about your trip to the airport. Demand it anyway. Literally just like travel with a lawyer at this point.
Passport. I was like, oh, here we go. Finally, in, right? Okay. I wait in line. There's only one. None of the machines are working. Finally, I get to the machine that is working, and the machine stops working. It just won't take my passport. It won't take my passport. I was like, oh, here we go. So I had to go to an actual officer to let me through so I could get in. Then I got stuck behind classic old lady, okay? Old lady with a lot of bags, with a lot of fluids. So then like she's taking her fluids out and like doing all this stuff at the security gate. I'm stuck behind this person.
Me traveling with my
I already
mom.
took out all my electronics and stuff. But of course, lo and behold, boom, I get stopped at security after this old lady as well. The old lady with the bags of fluids, classic. She obviously was stopped, okay? She had to get GSR swabbed, all this. And then of course, I also got stopped.
How many of you get the GSR swab when you fly? Because I get it every time.
Swabbed all of this. because I have electronics on me, and I stopped there. Generational 3-hour run is Charles de Gaulle. And then afterwards I get into the flight and I'm like, all right, finally. The flight was actually fantastic. I slept the entire time.
Oh, sorry, this
I
was in
slept like a
France.
goddamn baby, slept the entire time, didn't even eat.
It's a swab that they do on your hands to see if you have bomb residue on them. Wow, a bunch of you have never actually flown on a commercial plane. That's wild. I mean, like, it sucks, but, like, you should at least fly once in your life. It's an experience. I haven't flown in a while. Yeah. GSR stands for gunshot residue. Yeah, it's anything that can be attributed to a weapon, explosive, a gun. Do you have residue on your hands, essentially? That's crazy. I've only flown within Canada. I've had that done in America, in Europe, in Turkey. Like, they only do that with brown people and Muslims, honestly. Kinda, yeah. But, like, I've also had that swab done in Turkey. I think it's every single time. Yeah, like, I've had it every time.
On the flight, which is crazy. There's never been a moment where I've it was like an 8-hour to 9-hour flight and I didn't even eat. I slept the entire time on the flight. Finally get into the United States of America, and at which point I'm like, all right, let's do it. I got global entry. This is going to be my first ever global entry entrance. Hopefully this will go smoothly. Okay, first time ever getting into global entry.
Do you think Australia will take Americans as refugees if the asylum claim is like written out well and you can justify why? Then yeah. Like, who gives a shit about what Pauline Hanson says? You can apply for asylum here, and you would qualify. Like, if you're trying to leave the United States because you are Black, Latin American, queer, a woman in general, like, you have lots of stuff that you could show to justify a systematic persecution of you and people like you and apply. Now, Australia, like, respects international law. Obviously, like, Australia is an American colony, so there's a degree of how much leeway there is, but like, it's much easier. And when you come here, because you have to come into Australia to apply for asylum anyway, then you can get a lawyer here. And, like, they're good. Lawyers are helpful, especially if you have a good lawyer in Australia. My lawyer's fucking Palestinian and Lebanese and is angry as hell. So, I'm pretty confident that I'll be fine. I mean, I didn't come here on an asylum claim, but, like, I've never been swabbed. My dad has dogs called in, everything, because he was working on the mower and spilled gasoline or something on himself the previous day. Oof, yeah, that'll do it. You have 4 years of Democrat version of Australia to do it, basically. Kinda, yeah, basically. I hope we do. Canada will offer refuge as well, but we have to really cut back on immigration recently. The issue being most countries are. Europe is also cracking down on immigration. It's actually not good. We're going to talk more about that tomorrow, but you can run away if you don't think that you're going to be useful fighting. Clean state chatter, like, you can leave the country and fight back in ways that aren't being physically there if you think you could do more with that. Like, I don't live in America. Now, oftentimes I do wish that I did, just because it feels wrong for me to be watching everything that's happening and not be able to do anything because I'm over here. But I do know that I do far more for the left by using my voice than I could physically at all in America. I couldn't do anything useful physically. Now, if it gets to, like, civil war, there are still plenty of things that you can do without being physically present. You don't need to be there to fight back. You can run away. It's okay, Viz, you're doing information warfare, basically. Well, yeah. Or I'm doing counter information warfare, because Fox News was the one that said that they were doing it first. Lord Fluffyard, I got my voter pre-registration sent in. Cool, based. Congratulations. I can do my broadcast from Australia. I asked because you're American and live there. Well, like, yeah, you can absolutely stream from Australia. Like, you can come into Australia for a year and not come in on asylum. You can come in on a visa that gets you to work on a farm for 2 months, and then you get to stay here for the year. And it's not just a farm as well. I'm pretty sure that there's other specific industries that need workers that you could just come and work there for 2 months and then you get to live here for the rest of the year. If you come back, you'll be captured just like Hassan, if that makes you feel better. Oh yeah, no, absolutely. In fact, like, if I come back, I'm probably not getting out. Hassan would have been a much bigger deal for them to arrest. No one's gonna give a shit if it's me. No one's gonna know if it's me.
Got it after my brother yelled at me over and over again, telling me you gotta get global entry, whatever, right? I get to the global entry line and they're processing everybody expeditiously. You walk up, boom, immediately they take your photo of your face and you walk in and there's a customs person there, cop there, just basically waves you, okay? And they do that over and over again. It gets to me, take a photo, boom, walk in instantly. The Customs and Border Patrol agent goes, "Step aside, sir." I was like, here we go.
There we go.
She goes, "Step aside, sir. An agent will come and take you to another location." I was like, is that proper protocol? It's like, sometimes it happens. And I was like, okay. And I knew at that point, I was like, okay, I'm texting like family. I'm like, this is happening. I'm texting my manager. You know, I was basically trying to.
Maddie Holmes, like, honestly, at this point, no. If you want to leave, go cross the border into Mexico or Canada, go to an American embassy or consulate, and then get your passport. Just get the fuck out first.
Got Lolo on. I was like, listen, you know, I'm going in. All right. I'm freaking going in. Who knows how long this will take? Who knows what will happen? I had already heard like horror stories from people. There was
you mean like just to have like a proper ID that has the correct names on it? Then yeah. And yeah.
Like that one girl on TikTok that had talked about this. And I thought to myself, all right, it's done. It's happening to me as well. It is what it is. You know, M is real high. I'm about to say M is real high multiple times to get these guys off my back. So I'm waiting in the corner.
The thing is, Maddie Holmes, I would prefer if nobody did the new ID stuff. Like that's not going to happen because it's already too late. But the way to deal with new ID laws or just new laws and requirements like that is just to not engage with them. But you need most of the country to do that. Like it needs to be 70% of the country says, no, I'm not fucking doing that. I'm just not doing it. And then they can't make you. If everyone just left this, that's kind of what I mean, Zach. It is, what if everyone just said, nah, don't want it? Can they really do much when it's something like ID law? Now, interpersonally, sure, but if nobody's doing it, then they have no system to use, to fall back on, to use as a database. Like, if nobody got Real ID, not a single person in the country had Real ID, then Real ID dies. That concept is dead because nobody did it. You can't force them to do it because then you would have to go into every American's home, grab their phone or their computer and sit them down. Like, yeah, most people already have it, but that's what I mean. Like something like that, instead of doing it because not having it would be worse for you personally. In the future, I would argue that if you can get the collective public to not do it, that's better than fighting through having already had done it. You know what I mean? Like the laws around your last name and your identity and whether you have the right to vote or travel interstate or internationally, all of these are factors that come out of the Real ID. And if nobody did Real ID, all of those factors still exist. They're just not like compiled into this one issue. This could just disappear and everything would stay the same. And all it would take is just for America to go, I don't care, and just leave it, to just not talk about it, to not be baited by the rage, but also to not submit to the authority automatically, which most people do.
Latina ICE agent comes up, picks me up, takes me to this detention center. I sit down, fluorescent light bulbs, the whole nine, okay? They have benches in the back of O'Hare Airport where there's like a detention area, okay? There's a detention area. I'm sitting there. There's like a bunch of terrified families, okay? There's
I
an
would
old
imagine.
lady in a wheelchair. There's like a mom and daughter behind me. There's some like random dude in front of me. And the way it works is there's a back door, right? And they take your passport, they go to the back door. You don't know what the hell's going on in there, but they sometimes come out and they just say someone's name with their passport in their hands and they go, "You're clear to leave." Basically, when they bring you to the detention area, they, I guess, do some kind of surveillance on your background to figure out if you are going to get harassed even further or if this level of harassment is fine.
So what, like
okay?
they just sat down and watched a Hassan stream before walking back into the room?
And I asked and I looked around at all the passports that people had to see if there were other American citizens. And lo and behold, at least in the area that I was at, I was the only American citizen. There was another guy that actually had an American passport as well. Because I asked the terrified family behind me, I was like, "Hey guys, if you don't mind me asking, like, do you guys have an American passport?" They were like, "No." So it turns out it's just they're terrifying the shit out of mostly non-American citizens. Okay. But apparently they're also interested in trying to terrify American citizens as well.
Yeah.
So they're just like coming in and out. They get this lady in a wheelchair out of there, which I thought was so insane. Old lady in a wheelchair is in the ICE detention area. And
Was she like, she might have fentanyl strapped to the wheelchair and inside the wheels or something.
come out with their passport and they're like, "Here, you can leave." Okay. So that's one thing, right? Like I've had secondary searches and stuff done to me before. I've had the, I think it's called the quadruple S. Like they put the SSSS on your boarding pass and you always get checked randomly when you get hit with that. Like that's happened to me a lot in the past. I get GSR swabbed all the time. That stuff is normal. I've experienced
Yeah,
that.
I've also had most of these. I've just never also gotten taken to a private room for a search before.
Quite a bit, okay? But this time I didn't even have the quadruple S on my boarding pass, so I was like, all right, it's probably fine. So I wait. Finally, this agent comes out, says, "Hassan Piker." I'm like, "That's me. Coming with me." I'm like, "Oh, brother, here we go." They take me to this back room, okay? And the back room is not great. The back room is designed in the most hostile way I've ever been inside of a room. The vibes are really back there. Everything is fluorescent light bulb, obviously. They had these two seats that were firmly planted into the ground, okay? They were complete metal. They were like tiny stools, very uncomfortable, with like braces on the side so you can handcuff someone to them, okay? And there was also a seat for like a lawyer. So I sat down on the lawyer seat on the corner to establish dominance because I've watched too many JCS interrogation
Smart and based.
videos.
Yeah, that's actually what you should do. Take control of the room like immediately.
And I knew I had to have command over the room. So I didn't sit in the cuck chair. Instead, I sat in the lawyer chair, and we got to talking. And let me tell you folks, the TikTokers that talked about being detained, they were right. It was an insane situation. So it's very obvious that they knew exactly who the I was. It's very obvious that they knew how to like navigate the conversation, and it was a really, really interesting conversation that took place. It was very cordial. Okay, it was very cordial, which I thought it was strange how cordial it was, because I've had run-ins with
No, because like bad cop is the vibe of the place, of the room that you were in, of the attitudes of the people that brought you here. But now you're in the most fucked vibe bad cop part of the airport, like you're in the bad room, and so they come in with good cop, and that's the strategy.
Cops in the past. I've had run-ins with feds in the past.
It's like, you know, like, "I'm sorry that you're having such a hard time and everything here is so bad. Here, I'm going to be nice to you, and if you cooperate with us, then we'll let you out quicker. Like, I just want to get you out of here. I know how much it sucks." That's the mentality. They're fishing. That's why they seem nice. Hassan fell for a bunch of their tactics but didn't realize it. Oof.
FBI was very
Let's
cordial
see how many
as
I'll
well
catch.
when I had some talks with them in the past. But overall, I was not expecting CBP.
I mean, to be fair,
agents
you just shouldn't speak unless they ask you a question.
to be cordial. I will say that. Okay. Now, having said that, the entire process is supposed to be intimidating. So it's like suck my cordial or whatever. Okay. I think they were being cordial because they wanted me to say something that was incriminating and say something that was enough to justify further detention from that point on.
Efficient.
And let me tell you, they certainly did do that. So he knew exactly who the I was, but he was basically like broaching the conversation in a way where it was like free flowing, where in the process of discovery, he was adding on additional talking points. He always made it seem as though he was asking certain things that after discovering in the process of that conversation, he would ask additional questions. So, you know, he's like, oh, what are you doing in Chicago? And I was
so like you're talking too much and they're taking the things that you said and then continuing the story.
Very revealing. I was like, well, I was in France because I want to take my family out for Mother's Day to France, but I had to come back early from France, even though today is technically Mother's Day, because I have a speaking engagement at University of Chicago. And he was like, oh, what kind of speaking engagement? It's like, I don't know, some like journalism school stuff. And he's like, oh, well, since you mentioned that, he kept saying, oh, well, since you mentioned that, what do you do as a job? And I was like, I'm a Twitch streamer. And he's like, well, since you mentioned that you were a Twitch streamer, what kind of things do you...
like that's kind of what I'm getting here. This is a bit of a privilege bubble based on the interaction with the agent. Like, that might be a me thing, considering I was much more of a hooligan when I was younger. And not that I've ever been arrested. I've never been arrested. But, like, friends have. I know how to talk to police, and I know what they try and do. Also, like, you have to remember that Hassan isn't like a psych nerd, and I am, and so I know the social engineering they're trying to do, and I know it on a level that is different than just learning it to cover for a live stream or learning it for a self-defense kind of scenario. It's like, it's not the same. The level of knowledge might be the same, but the depth of it isn't. Hassan said that he was baiting the officer as well as he wanted content slash journalism. That's the other part of it, is if you're going to try and bait them, they're also going to be baiting you, so you have to keep a fine line of it. And I assume that he does a good job, considering he's not currently in detention, that he did throw a decently fine line there. And so that's actually impressive if that's what happened.
Stream about. And at first I was like, do I just tell him I play video games? Because I don't think this motherfucker is going to believe me if I say I just play video games to him, right? So I was just like, yeah, I play video games, but I also do current events sometimes, drama, internet. And he's like, oh, do you talk about, since you mentioned that, you talk about the things that you talk about, do you talk about the news? And I was like, yeah, I talk about the news. And he kept saying, okay, so when you talk about the news, do you talk about the war? And I was like, what do you mean by...
Oh, they were trying to get him with the Anti-Semitism Act stuff of like, oh, if he was too much of a pro-Palestinian presence, they just would have arrested him for being an anti-Semite.
By that, he's like, do you talk about Trump? And that was the first time where I was like, what the is this question? Like, I literally straight up told him, I was like, why are you asking me this? Like, I was like, what does this have to do with anything? And it was interesting because the dude asked so many insane questions, none of which is illegal, by the way. I just need you to understand, nothing I've done online is illegal as of now, if that makes sense. Now, laws may change in the future and they might actually start prosecuting speech, which I do fear is the goal of this administration.
Absolutely.
But so far, everything I've done is fully protected under the First Amendment.
And Roger Stone thinks that Democratic senators should get like executed for speaking poorly about Trump's crypto policy. Like, how do you not have the expectation that these people are specifically plotting to fuck you over, like with their evil, like while you're in the waiting room? Like, that's the mindset that I would have of like, okay, every minute that I'm here waiting for them to call me in, they're trying to figure out how to fuck me.
Okay. And none of these questions are actually valid questions to ask. But I was entertaining it because, one, I didn't want to present it as being difficult because I didn't want to extend the tension. And two, I actually wanted to see how far I could take it. Maybe it was up of me to do that. Maybe it was not appropriate for me to do that, to play fast and loose with a person that has complete control over my life in that very moment. But I wanted to see, like, what they were trying to take from this conversation. So, you know, instead of just pleading the fifth as I'm supposed to do in situations like this, I just kept giving him answers. And there were definitely areas where I was very revealing about my position, knowing full well that they know exactly what they're looking for.
The thing is, like, at least with Hassan, there's not much you can say that's not already public. You would have fucked with the officers way too much. Yeah, no, honestly, I probably would have gotten arrested because I fucked with them too much.
No reason to hold back on certain things. So I said, I don't like Trump. I was like, what are you going to do? It's protected by the First Amendment. I don't like Trump. Yes, right? Like, I was like, I'm not fond of him. I don't like him. He said he was going to end the wars. He hasn't ended the wars. What the fuck is up with that, you know? And the guy actually was very sympathetic. The agent was very sympathetic. And I don't know if it was like a JCS style interrogation technique to come across as sympathetic to like invoke some...
Man still hasn't realized that they've been doing that the moment they started speaking to him.
Some kind of positive feelings out of me in an effort to like get me to reveal something maybe that'll trip me up. Or
again,
because
the facility is built to make you afraid, uncomfortable, intimidated. It is cold, it's scary, it's dark, it's bright in the wrong ways. And then finally, your first interaction after being in this space, someone is nice to you when you expect them to be the opposite. It lowers your guard. It's a way to get you to think less critically.
He just genuinely was sympathetic, and he had the vibes of someone who was like, I don't know why I'm doing this, right? But he was like, listen, I'm Iraqi, so I know. And let me tell you, I do think that him being Iraqi played a big role in this, because if he wasn't, there was a lot of Redditor-ass white boys that are at Customs and Border Patrol.
Oh yeah, you got lucky getting the fucking Iraqi.
O'Hare Airport. I saw them walk by. There was a dude who looked like he was like 25 max, but he was balding. And I knew immediately, if that mother is my agent, I'm screwed. I'm going to CCOT. This dude is going to literally cook me. So I got a little lucky. All right. I will admit.
The Iraqi dude isn't your friend. They chose him specifically. Yes. But also, you're lucky that they chose him specifically. They chose him because they expected Hassan to be more forthcoming on his views on Israel. That's why they chose the Iraqi. They wanted him to say more about Israel or Hamas or Hezbollah or whatever. They wanted to make him say something that could be credited to a terrorist organization so they could arrest him for terrorism. That was the goal there.
So basically, I think the reason why they sent the Iraqi CBP agent is because they bracket you into different categories. For me, they wanted to conduct an investigation about my involvement with Hamas and my involvement with the Houthis, or they suspected my involvement with Hezbollah. Straight up.
Wait. So only suspected with Hezbollah, but definitely not with the other?
Literally what this conversation was
fair
about.
Enough.
And it's not even a joke. Like, they literally tried to get something out of me that I think they could use to basically detain me permanently, which is insane because there is no direct connection or direct involvement. So we're talking, you know, I'm telling him like, oh, I'm Chicago. I'm going to be speaking there for the journalism school. I told him like, you know, I don't like Donald Trump. And I was like, so why are you guys doing this? And he's like, oh, it's just like routine. It's a routine process. I was like, it doesn't feel too routine. And basically, my big fear from the entire situation was like, if they were to ask for my phone, not that there's anything incriminating on my phone, but I don't want the federal government inside of my phone.
Genuinely, at this point, if you're traveling like in and out of the states, whether like whether you should or shouldn't, put that aside, don't bring your phone. Bring a burner phone. Bring have an old phone, put your SIM in that. Don't bring your phone. You don't want to bring your phone. Put that in your fucking luggage maybe. Like, it's a risk. They will go through all of your shit.
Beyond all of the times where they probably have been engaging in like warrantless surveillance on my phone or whatever like, it's not your business. You know what I mean? It's none of your business. It's a goddamn free country. Like, there's privacy laws for this country.
Not anymore.
For those of you who don't know, by the way, they can't actually unlock your phone, but if you have biometrics on your phone, they could technically use that and put the phone to your face and unlock it.
Turn off face scan, turn off biometrics, because they can just take your hand and fingerprint it as well.
that way. So just so you know, they could technically do that, okay? They could technically do that, but there's a trick. Either you get a burner phone when you're traveling internationally, or if you have your regular phone, you can just do a passcode by either canceling biometrics, or if you forgot to cancel biometrics, like your Face ID, what you can do is click it 5 times. If you click hold 5 times in a row, it will actually disable Face ID and it will force you to put your passcode in. And because
I mean,
there
you could
are
just
laws
disable those to begin with. You should, really.
against like the agents not being able to force you to put your passcode in, they can't actually access your phone.
I want to
like
go
that.
on such a rabbit hole right now because I spent the last 2 days while I didn't have Wi-Fi just like reading about a lot of cybersecurity stuff, and holy shit, like how it's terrifying right now. Any moment, like people are able to access your cameras, your microphones, like it's bad. Everything that you do is monitored, is being not only sold by corpos for ad revenue, but is stolen by people online and sold for different like ad revenue from a different actual ad. Like people do that. It's wild. People are stealing your information and then selling it like they're a corporation. And that's some of the least bad stuff.
Now, there's different methods of how they can access your phone. From what I understand, they can also put it on a computer and just like plug it into a machine, and the machine just basically takes all of the information in your phone. So it is what it is. I don't know if you can actually do that if your phone is on, but I was thinking about all these things. I had already unlocked the biometrics, like I disallowed biometrics, and it's a Faraday cage once you get into the detention center anyway, so you can't actually send any text messages once you're in there. There's no access to the internet. I'm sitting there and they're asking me about Trump. They're asking me about like Hamas. And he kept saying stuff like, do you like Hamas? Like, do you support Hamas? Do you think Hamas?
I swear, we're a year, like over a year, and it's still, do you support Hamas? Do you support Hamas? Like every time, it's still to this day.
There's a resistance group. Do you think Hamas is a terrorist group or a resistance group? Like he just kept asking over and over again, right? And I kept repeating.
I would bore the shit out of these agents if they asked me that question, because I would spend an hour and a half giving them like the actual breakdown of what these words mean. And I'd be like, well, I mean, technically it would be both, and explaining it. Like I would genuinely yap my way through it. I would filibuster my ICE detention.
The same statement over and over again.
I don't like
kept
Hamas
saying a couple
either.
different things. One, in terms of like Israel and all the wars, I was like, I'm on the side of civilians. I want the endless bloodshed to end. I am a pacifist. I want wars to end. I just kept repeating that over and over again. Every single time he asked me a question, I just kept repeating that. And every single time he asked me a question, a leading question about Hamas, I kept saying, the United States State Department recognizes Hamas as a terrorist organization.
Well, you see, officer, the missile knows where it is because it knows where it isn't. Yep. They would fucking shoot you, Viz. They would. They really would. I aspire to being that level of annoying, that if I'm ever detained by Border Patrol, instead of just having, like, just kicking, like, go, just fuck off, whatever, leave, they would just execute me.
The United States State Department recognizes Hamas as a terrorist organization. So he just kept asking me over and over again, like Hamas, Houthis, all this, trying to be like, oh, do you support them? Do you like them? Like, what do you think about them? Which I thought was insane, because the reality of the matter is, up until this very moment, if you were to say,
maybe it's not that I'm too smart, but it's that they're too dumb. Maybe we should raise the bar instead of lowering it, you know? I feel like that makes sense. I love how that line became a meme. I remember watching that documentary thinking it was odd. True. What do? We shut the fuck up. That's true.
Hey, as an American citizen, you stand 10 toes down with Hamas, or you stand 10 toes down with the Houthis, or whatever they can't deny you entry into the country for that. But I don't know what the they're trying to do. So I was like, I'm not going to go beyond it. I'm not going to go beyond just like reiterating.
Oh yeah, Arberlin, you would, like I said, I qualified it as if you have the privilege of being able to do that. Or even if you don't and you are okay with the risk. But yeah, no, it does actually work. Be annoying.
American government's position is that Hamas is a terrorist organization. But then he just kept asking me about the Houthis. He's like, well, do you agree with the terrorist designation for the Houthis? And I said, I'm of the Brookings Institute mindset that in 2020, when Donald Trump initially designated the Houthis as a terror organization, that was a major mistake. I talk about these issues from an academic context with humanitarian rights organizations and with academics and with journalists. As a matter of fact, this is completely protected under First Amendment laws. And therefore, you know, I don't understand what the reason why we're having this conversation is. And I kept saying that over and over again, at which point he just like kind of gave up.
Look,
but
if it helps, yes, humans are pretty fucking stupid, but watching my stream is like farming for XP and raising the bar of your intelligence and making you less stupid, you know? And so we just need more of that.
What I thought was really interesting was, and I even followed it up with, like, I said, I call balls and strikes, and you know, there are things that Trump has done that I actually agree with, and I'm not shy about saying those things, even though initially he said he was going to end all these wars. He hasn't done so. I think these wars are unnecessary. They're costly, and a lot of civilians die in the process. I don't think it's appropriate. I think it's very inappropriate. And it must end, right? Like that's my position. But I do think that Trump did a good thing where he implemented a ceasefire with the Houthis. So when he does stuff like that, when I agree with him, I tell him what's what. When I agree with Trump in a decision, I'm open about it, right? So I explained that to him, and I just yapped away over and over and over again. And what I found to be particularly interesting was, in the first half of the conversation, it was just like basically a fact-finding mission, right? Try to get me to say something that I think would be of interest. In the second part of the conversation, there were some real actionable items that he presented that, depending on how I answer those questions, like I'm going to jail. Because the first stuff was just illegal for him to ask me those questions and completely idiotic and ridiculous. And I think they did it because they know who the fuck I am and they wanted to put the fear of God into me, not knowing that I'm a stubborn piece of and, you know, that's not going to work at all, right? The second half of the conversation was actually like, because he left, went away for like 35 minutes, came back, and then he asked like actionable items. But one thing that I will take note of that I thought was very interesting was the fact that a lot of the that like the Ethan Kleins of the world have like cried about over and over again were unironically brought up in that conversation. And I was shocked. Okay, not like the bleach sword obviously, but like the Houthi. Like, did you interview a Houthi? It says here that you interviewed a Houthi.
My God, Border Patrol is spending their time on Twitter following drama.
I was like,
from like a year ago.
Was he actually a Houthi? And I was like, he's not. You can look to all of the reporting that came out afterwards.
I mean, to be fair, Destiny is a piece of shit. Hassan is functionally the loudest voice on the left in America. But most political pundits do bore the living hell out of me. Like, I couldn't sit and watch a full Hassan stream. Although, to be fair, I also probably couldn't sit and watch one of my full streams just because it's boring. Question right there is, what makes me think DramaTube audience reported him? No, they absolutely did. Why wouldn't they? That's like the common right-wing way to attack somebody, is to harass them by any way they can. It's like swatting somebody. Like, thread was the intelligence behind Trump bombing Yemeni people. Oh, you mean like bombing them with the planes that we keep throwing into the ocean? Because here's a fourth Navy jet that fell into the Red Sea. I swear these jets just crave the sea. Poseidon is calling them home. I don't know what to tell you.
Before I interviewed him, that he's not a Houthi, that he is a regular Yemeni citizen. And I said, like, his name is Rashid al-Haddad. He is not even a Shia. And the dude, luckily, again, Iraqi, went, oh, yeah, that's right. That's a Sunni last name. Al-Haddad is a Sunni last name. So he must not have been a Houthi.
My God. And thanks, Ditso. And, like, breaking away from the mentality that we're on, that's all I want.
The very fact that that was like a point of contention that could have gotten me arrested is insane. And I genuinely, in that moment, was thinking like, these dumbass slop tubers are actually playing with fire.
Yeah, and that's why I don't like DramaTube. I think that's enough of that. We got the general gist of what happened there, and it's telling. But Captain Buggy, may a fifth jet fall into the sea. Inshallah, return to Aquaman. Yeah, no. Somehow, the Houthis defeating the U.S. Navy. Somehow, it's literally the Russian Black Sea Fleet getting fucked up by Ukraine again, but even more embarrassing because our planes just keep falling into the water. We're not doing any. We're not getting shot at. They're not getting down. They're just. The sea is calling for them. The desire to return to the sea is real. Land was a mistake, and the whales got it right. Did Hegseth extend this mission twice to cause a maintenance disaster? I guess, yeah. Yes, you can spoil the funny part now that I'm skipping it. I thought that was the funny part. Unless you have like a timestamp, I can jump to it. There's just still like 20 minutes left in that video, and we got the general idea already. I just didn't see a use case. I'm gonna make a bet that if I fly to the United States, I'll be detained and confuse the gringos like fuck because my adopted last name is of German origin. I look like a Middle Eastern black, and I'm Latin American. You're just going to CSOT, man. Sorry. He told the border agent he thinks America deserved 9/11. Look, I respect it because I would also try and fuck with these people. I would have fun here. Why wouldn't I? I know what they want me to say. So I just have to not say that. But I can say a lot, and I can be really annoying. And again, saying, you know, America deserved 9/11, that's not anything that's on the executive orders, you know? He said the border agent agreed to, it was blowback with him. Yeah, because he probably had it explained to him. Oh, thanks for the sub, Shufa Poofer. Aye. I fear those jets, wrecks are really bad for the environment. Who's going to clean this up? Nope, not a fan. It's bad for the environment, and no, the U.S. will not go get them. They're deep in the sea. We just leave them there. Like, they're expensive. It's $75 million to make one of these planes, but it would cost more to salvage it from the bottom of the ocean and then put it back together and refurbish it. It would just cost more than building a new one. Are you a U.S. citizen? So yes, I am. I'm a U.S. citizen. I'm a Turkish citizen. I'm an Australian-ish citizen. Not quite yet, but close. Oh, and he had to explain his comments about Rick Scott. Oh, yes, I forgot about that. But that part wasn't funny. They were trying to fish. Yeah, absolutely. No, they grab them to stop tech transfer. They don't necessarily grab them. They make them... They destroy them. It's more likely that we just fire a torpedo at it under the sea than try and get it out of the water. Actually, I'm pretty sure we probably have fired a couple torpedoes at where they would already be. Oh, yeah. So, I think next we can jump to talking about some of today's news, or rather, this weekend's news. So today and this weekend keep mixing together because it's been kind of wild. Now, we'll talk about Trump's trip to the Middle East and some of the things that are coming out of that, because there's some things that I find particularly interesting. Let me just set all of this up. And we'll talk more about Europe tomorrow, but... There we go. And this would be... Sorry, hold on one second. I'm just swapping some links around. All right. Are you going to cover Putin's V-Day stuff, or the gist of it is China doubling down on supporting Russia and doing soft power with them in America? Yes, we are going to talk a bit about that. I'm not going to cover too much of Putin's V-Day stuff today. We're going to talk more about that tomorrow, because tomorrow Zelensky has invited Putin to Turkey to meet with him to have a ceasefire deal and Putin has said no, but Europe has drawn a line in the sand, and I will be curious to see how far they take it. Germany had said if they didn't agree to a ceasefire within like midnight 2 days ago, then there'd be more sanctions put on Russia, that there would be further missiles given to Ukraine, like further reaching missiles rather. We'll cover all of that. I think right now we just need to talk about the Middle East first because all of that ties in together. But really just to get to cap off the segment that we were just doing of where we are in this country as America, here's a veteran, a former military sniper, talking about how he views this subject, and I tend to agree with this view.
I think it's already happened.
Oopsie, sorry.
What did you just say?
I think it's already happened.
What?
I think the Supreme Court is afraid to rule against Trump and take a strong stand because they know that Trump is just going to defy their court order and there isn't anything they can do. So I think from here on out, I mean, kangaroo courts happen. Kangaroo court is when basically the judicial branch just becomes an extension of the executive branch and they just become like a yes man institution. So
And that's where we are.
If the Supreme Court ruled
You can't hear him?
Trump and Trump said no, nothing would happen. So the judicial branch, it would show that they have zero authority, and they don't want the people to see that the rule of law is broken down. So from here on out, I think they will either take a really
Well, sorry about that. TikTok's just weird like that. But I do agree with his view of it's already happened. The rule of law has broken down in the United States. We don't have the rule of law. The judges cannot do anything if they are not listened to. If the court says you have to return Kilmar Vega Garcia 9-0, and the administration says actually it's the opposite, and then proceeds to engage, like what are you going to do? How are you going to do anything to go against it? You can't arrest them. They're immune. You can't speak out. The court, if they push too hard and they're openly disregarded and ignored, they also then lose there. And the court won't want to do that. They don't want to be embarrassed. They don't want to look useless. So they're not going to give any heavy rulings, because if they did, if they went against the like the executive branch, the president, and then they would just get ignored. And then it would just show how little power the courts actually have. The Supreme Court gave them wiggle room to pretend that they're following it while not. Yeah, but like also they had to, because what are you going to do otherwise? Arrest somebody? Who's going to do the arresting? Arberlin. Who's doing the arresting? Because the FBI and the CIA, rather the FBI would be the police with federal jurisdiction. So CIA is out of the question. Local police, sure. Who's arresting Trump? Who's going to do it? Who's going to go arrest Pam Bondi? Yeah, it quickly escalates. If you arrest Pam Bondi for crime, what if the government sends the military to free her? Now are you going to have the FBI, who is still on the side of democracy, have a shootout against the military, come to free the fascist that has been arrested? No. There's nothing you can do. It would very quickly escalate, like you said, Shuvpoofer, into a civil war scenario. I'd prefer that they just rule that this is fascism and declare the Constitution null and void, and that people should declare independence once again. I mean, I'm already there. I just need the rest of the country to catch up. We are at a point where the Constitution's null and void. The literal point of the Second Amendment is for this moment. That's why we have it. It's to fight the tyrannical government that you don't want to live under. That was the entire point. National Guard in the fifth column, and the Fed, when in response to a DemGov mobilizing them against ICE, Trump tries to force them to mobilize against the state. Yeah, like that was part of the plan too. If you read Project 2025, there are talks about standing armies made up of states, National Guard. We've watched on this channel Stephen Miller talking about like gathering the National Guard of several states together into a standing army to march on a democratic state that is not doing what they want. Like a sanctuary state. They want to raise an army of National Guard from red states and have them invade the blue state. That was what they had openly said. So, that is a war. That's why we're not there. Alright, give me 2 secs. I need some more water. And then we'll talk about what's going on today. All right. Michigan, Wisconsin, New York, Massachusetts, California, those are the states that they'll go after since they're economically important and geographically critical? Yes. I would imagine that they would start with, actually add Illinois onto that list as well, considering J.B. Pritzker is very outspoken. And Illinois is also a key state in relation to economic importance and geographically critical. All right, so let's start off with some of the bullshit news. Trump got gifted a $500 million private jet by Qatar.
Under the controversy
ow,
now.
Ow! Fuck, that was loud. My bad. Sorry, guys.
Over President Trump appearing to accept a luxury jumbo jet from the government of Qatar. The plan is for it to serve as Air Force One, then for Trump's personal use. It's raising serious legal and national security questions.
Like, obviously. Arberlin, some of them like him, some of them don't. It's difficult to get like an actual percentage, but it's split. Obviously, by the way, like getting a $500 million personal gift from a foreign government is a risk to national security and is a bribe.
Chief Washington correspondent John Carl broke the story.
I don't really give a fuck either.
Good morning, John.
That's not the point.
Good morning, George. This is a move.
I don't care about this. That's not the point. But you do know who does care? MAGA. MAGA cares, and they're not happy, by the way. Oh, here's Trump getting on the plane. I do love how they wrote Air Force One in these weird letters, these Arabic letters, actually. You know, like this, it's not necessarily readable to me, considering this is just Arabic letters, but... But following that, Qatar also announced a $200 to $300 billion investment in the U.S. this week. Most of this into AI. It's really bad. Oh, Donald Trump posted this, and it's incredibly funny because he might actually believe he actually posted this. He actually posted this. Yeah, he might be speed running the dictator trait of being so surrounded by sycophants that you don't know what reality is anymore. He might actually, is this XL? I don't know, but he might actually believe that 99% of the country approves of what he's doing. 95% strongly, even. Like, obviously it's bullshit, but if he really thinks that's good for us, that's what I mean. Because, like, as this post said, right, is thinking people that will believe it, or just the fact that he's stupid enough to post it. him being stupid enough to post it is the only answer, because nobody thinks that this is believable. Not even MAGA would look at this and be like, yeah, that's 100% accurate. They argue with the left all the time. So like they know that 95% of the country doesn't strongly agree. They're arguing with them, and it's more than 5%. It's so very clearly a lie that it has to be that he actually believes it. It's not a useful lie to put out to the, like, as messaging, as optics. I think that's literally a snap of Excel figures in PowerPoint. Jesus Christ, these people are lame. Yeah. It's not even centered vertically. I only just noticed that. Now that's going to bother me. Oh my God. Holy shit. I have to close that page. I hate it. Then went on to sign a $142 billion arms deal with the Saudis.
Now to the Middle East, because the United States and Saudi Arabia have signed a $142 billion arms deal on the first day of President Trump's tour of the Middle East, his first major trip since he returned to the White House. The president and the Saudi crown prince signed an economic partnership between their two countries.
Hey, you want to tell me if Trump is simping a bit too much for MBS? Because
But right now in Saudi Arabia, President Trump marking his billion national nearly.
By the Biden administration, the worst administration in the history of our country, by the way, spurned our most trusted and longstanding Gulf partners, and I can say partners worldwide. One of our great partners, no matter who we look to, and we have great partners in the world.
No, but he actually likes them, so. I mean, Sleepy Don over here.
But we have none stronger and nobody like...
The Saudis have been investing in Trump for over a decade.
He's your greatest representative.
I think MBS might be the only reason that Trump's not broke. But yeah, I wonder if maybe gifting, you know, him a plane and then signing arms deals and then signing investment into AI infrastructure when all of them already work together. I have a whole video on this, by the way. If you want to go on YouTube, you can go have a look at how the Saudis own Donald Trump.
The US will provide warfighting equipment to Saudi Arabia, who will in turn invest $20 billion in artificial intelligence in the US. Donald Trump is hoping to secure trade deals worth more than $1 trillion during his 4-day trip, which also includes stops in Qatar and the United Arab Emirates.
He's going to the people that own him to get a re-up on his allowance.
Chief international correspondent Lise Doucette is in Riyadh for us.
Well, so far on this first stop on President Trump's first official foreign visit, there's been a lot of pomp and ceremony. And as we've just been
never mind. I'm not going to say that.
Signing of those deals, deal making is one of the priorities for President Trump on this visit. There's said to be many billions of investment of Saudi money in the United States in sectors ranging from aerospace to artificial intelligence to energy. And so
Trump has always been Arab first. It's actually kind of funny. We're basically the United Emirates of America at this point.
Saudi Arabia wants to get something too out of the United States, access to its markets. Advance to technology. But of course, there's also great symbolism in this visit. It's the second time that Riyadh has been chosen for President Trump's first stop. So how much does it matter to the kingdom? We're joined here by Ali Shahabi, who's a Saudi political analyst. Thank you for joining us, Ali.
United Israeli Emirates of America. Well, on that subject, actually, it gets a little bit interesting when we get a bit later on, because we might be moving away from being an ally to Israel. Now, part of this trip to the Middle East, Trump's goal here is, prior to like October 7th, Israeli and Saudi ties were getting much closer. Like they were getting close to normalizing diplomatic ties. And that all fell apart when October 7th happened. Trump wants that back. They want the Saudis to get along with the Israelis. They're having Turkey likely having some kind of a deal with Israel to avoid war in Syria. Now, we're also going to see a lot more pressure put on Iran to join the coalition of Arab countries that are profiting off America right now. It's more of a, let's not do an Iran war, let's just have Iran come join the team. Syria is owned by the CIA. Syria is owned by the Turkish government and the CIA. Also, yes, we did drop sanctions on Syria. We'll get to that as well. Facts, Captain Buggy. Oh, whoops, sorry, I didn't realize I didn't have the video playing.
Those are Saudi F-15 fighter jets escorting Air Force One before it landed. Our reporters on the ground say the president was also greeted with a 21-gun salute. And look at this, that lavender carpet there rolled out for the president at the royal court. And there he is, walking with Crown Prince.
I wonder why it's a lavender carpet.
Mohammed bin Salman. Lavender is a symbol of growth and prosperity. The two leaders further solidifying their economic alliance.
It's also the name of the AI that Israel uses to bomb Israeli children, but you know.
In a $600 billion investment commitment. Before that, President Trump had this to say about the relationship between the two. Listen.
We have, as you know, we have the biggest business leaders in the world here. And they're going to walk away with a lot of checks for a lot of things that you're going to provide. And in the United States, it's probably 2 million jobs that we're talking about this visit. So, number one, I like visiting with you, and we've known each other very well, and I really...
Well, like, purple historically has been a symbol of royalty. That is true. And I think that was the idea of, like, give him the entrance of a king. He does like it. They did this when he went to India as well. He likes to have the big ceremony. He looks giddy. He is. He's having fun. You have no idea how much fun he's having. Just today, there's like a video of him riding around the golf cart with the king of Saudi Arabia. Like, this is his favorite place in the world. He's at Disneyland right now.
And number two, for the United States,
people are giving him money, bribes, planes.
Continue to service your great country very well.
All right, let's bring
Maybe
in
he should
CBS
just move
News
there. I
correspondent
fucking wish he
Natalie
would.
Brand following the trip live from the White House for us. Good to see you, Natalie. Can you walk us through what was included in the agreement we just mentioned?
Hi, Mugo. Good to be with you. We're still waiting to get some more details, but the White House a short time ago did put out just a preliminary fact sheet on what it calls the $600 billion investment commitment made in Saudi Arabia. Note that that was a number, $600 billion, initially floated by the Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman back in January, right after President Trump took office. So what we know so far, according to the Trump administration, is that this agreement...
He could take 4 fighter jets there. It's extra safe that way, and then they can go return home to Aquaman when they're done, when they fulfilled the mission of getting him there safely. Look, the deal that he made, I don't care what it is, it's not benefiting you. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if it's good for America or not. It's not going to benefit you at all. So, like, it doesn't actually matter. Oh, by the way, here is, apparently MAGA mad about the plane. Now, obviously, this is going to be the most, liberal way of describing it.
Let me show you 2 examples. One is from Ben Shapiro, who co-founded the Daily Wire. He's a prominent podcaster. The other is Eric Erickson, the radio talk show host.
That's not America first. Like, please define America first in a way that says you should take sacks of cash from the Qatari royals who are behind Al Jazeera. It just isn't America first in any conceivable way. If you want President Trump to succeed, this kind of skeezy stuff needs to stop.
My problem with taking this plane from Qatar is I do not think the President of the United States of America should sit and fly on a plane purchased with the same money used to murder American citizens.
Literally, that's every president's plane. Are you kidding?
As you hear, there are a lot of the criticism centers on Qatar, which has been a home for Hamas leaders for a number of years.
That's it. That's the only reason. Like, if the Saudis gave him the plane and not Qatar, they probably wouldn't care. It's really sad. The copium is so funny. it's embarrassing. It's funny, but it's cringe.
The country reportedly kicked out those Hamas officials back last November, right after Trump won the election. So a lot of the criticism is about Qatar and about what
Yeah, of course. They'll be gobbling his phallus next week. This is a nothing burger. Absolutely. You should see, what was his name? Howard Nutlick over there talking about the trade deal with China. Like, none of it is good for you. And all of it is planned. Nothing is going wrong for them. Their plan is working as planned. Yeah, he fell for it again. If you thought that this was going to be good for you, I have some bad news. In relation to Syria, someone mentioned earlier,
President Donald Trump has announced a major US policy shift on his 3-day visit to the Middle East. He's lifting crippling sanctions on Syria ahead of a meeting with the country's interim leader in Saudi Arabia. There were cheers and singing on the streets of Damascus as Syrians celebrated the surprise decision. The provincial government, led by former al-Qaeda commander Ahmed al-Sharaa, says it marks a turning point for Syria. The country's been subject to intense economic sanctions imposed.
Look, it's been rough in Syria right now because there are several different world powers still trying to have a proxy war after this country's civil war just ended. Turkey and Israel are both vying for control over Syria, and Turkey wins, but also Israel doesn't want too close of cooperation between Turkey and Syria because they see that as a security threat. It's complex.
On the former dictatorship of Bashar al-Assad. Since he was toppled, there have been calls to lift the restrictions to allow Syria to recover from years of civil war. Mr. Trump says he made the decision after discussions with Saudi Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman and Turkey's president.
The sanctions were...
God damn, did I just agree with Trump, MBS, and Erdogan? I think I should just go to jail now.
...brutal and crippling and served as an important function, nevertheless, at the time. But now it's their time to shine.
I'm sure there's a couple, Buggy.
We're taking them all off, and they're going to have, I think they're going to have...
It boggles my mind that one of the people freed from that prison thought that Saddam Hussein was the one freeing them, that the Iraqi army was freeing them. They've been in that prison for that long.
Based on the people and the spirit and everything else that I'm hearing about. So I say good luck, Syria. Show us something very special like they've done, frankly, in Saudi Arabia. Okay? They're going to show us something special.
By the way, Saudi Arabia is not even a real country. It's just like a couple guys who own oil and then the people who live around it. You're lucky we're too lazy to clip this? No, I'm not. No, honestly. Like, I mean what I say. Which one? Guantanamo? Sorry, new and late here. Full question, please. I forgot the thing that I had just said. Oh, sorry. Yes, the hole, the underground prison in Syria. No, we were talking about the fall of Assad there. I saw a travel YouTuber visit Syria, and one of the dudes who was captured down there explained that what they were doing, and it's against TOS for me to even describe. Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. But I'm not sure if I'm allowed to show this one. One of you who knows more about Twitch TOS, tell me if I'm allowed to show that on stream, because that's something that happened in a different concentration camp this week.
Mr. Trump received a lavish royal welcome to Saudi Arabia. He holds it up as a model for a reimagined Middle East. The two countries have signed more than a dozen agreements to increase cooperation, and the Crown Prince has committed to more than $925 billion worth of new Saudi investment in the United States.
We're the United Arab Emirates of America.
Mr. President, I am confident that we are continuing today to build with you, relying on the foundations of a close partnership between our two countries. What we have signed today is part of a larger ambition, investing in opportunities for cooperation and mutual benefit between us. Mr. President, the common work doesn't only include the economic cooperation, but extends to bringing security and peace to the region and the world.
Well, I'll bring it up. Maybe I won't play the video. But before we get there, you want to know what, like, a government that cares about you, that is, like, not filled with just utter hatred and contempt for human life and wants suffering looks like? Because this is what Australia is doing today in New South Wales.
When we pass the long overdue reforms to decriminalise abortion, there are still, sadly, vast swathes of the state in which people cannot access this vital health service. Only 3 of the 220 public hospitals in New South Wales consistently and openly provide abortion services. Rural and regional communities disproportionately bear the brunt of this inconsistency, with people in these areas forced to drive hours simply to access their right to choose. Last year, the Sydney Morning Herald reported on a woman who became pregnant 6 months after a caesarean and developed a life-threatening pulmonary embolism. She was only able to access the care she needed at Westmead Hospital after being turned away by 4 private clinics after waiting weeks for an appointment and being quoted several $100s.
It's so wild to watch English-speaking government talk about how we need to give people abortion rights in 2025.
For the procedure. The same report highlighted the story of a single mother of several children who had sought an abortion immediately after discovering she was pregnant at 10 weeks. After waiting weeks for the available appointments at a community-based provider and being initially quoted $700 for the care she required, she was not able to get an appointment in a timely manner, at which point the cost of the care she required had risen to $2,000. It took over 2 months for her to access the abortion care she needed at a public hospital. When reporting from the ABC and The Guardian revealed the scale and prevalence of barriers to abortion access in New South Wales, there was widespread outrage and concern in this place and beyond.
God, that is so refreshing. There was widespread outrage and concern at the inconsistent ability to access an abortion. God, this is, by the way, this is what I want America to look like. A real functioning country that is focused on improving the citizens' lives.
The Greens knew then, as we know now, that that outrage alone, without action, was never going to be enough. And that is why today I am so pleased to be able to bring this bill to this chamber.
Like, that's a government that's focused on building. And we have some of that. It's just not in any way useful for you or me.
While your skill has turned dry deserts
But
into fertile farms.
This could definitely impact America's relationship with Israel.
Farmland, Iran's leaders have managed to turn green farmland into dry deserts as their corrupt water mafia, it's called it the water mafia, causes droughts and empty riverbeds. They get rich, but they don't let the people have any of it. And then, of course,
you're talking about Iran. That's so funny. Every accusation really is a confession. I genuinely mean it. America is spiritually dead and its leadership is ontologically evil. I do agree.
It's the key difference at the root of it all. While the Arab states have focused on becoming pillars of regional stability and world commerce, Iran's leaders have focused on stealing their people's wealth to fund terror and bloodshed abroad.
Hot calling the kettle black there.
Most tragic of all, they have dragged down an entire region with them. Countless lives were lost in the Iranian effort to maintain a crumbling regime in Syria. Look at what happened with Syria.
You could apply those exact words to America in America.
Lebanon, their Hezbollah proxies have pillaged the hopes of a nation whose capital, Beirut, was once called the Paris of the Middle East.
Yes. This was the case when Israel first started attacking Lebanon as well. When we talked about Beirut, you have to, like, he's describing it as the Paris of the Middle East because MAGA voters are hearing, oh, okay, so it's like, it's not a shithole. It's like American style. That's their mindset. And so when we were talking about Beirut, and you see the city, and like my example was, this is much more akin to like Istanbul's architecture than something in like Syria or Iraq would be. And the way you describe it is this is the most westernized Middle Eastern country. Now, when I said it, it wasn't to qualify it for anything. It was just to describe that and to put in perspective what you see in like the devastation and the bombs dropping. He's doing it basically by saying, look at this white country. Like, could you imagine the misery of the people? Like, this country was for white people, and look what happened to it because of it. That's what he's saying.
All of this misery and so much more was entirely avoidable. Absolutely avoidable.
That's
and Mohammed knew that. He knew
So do
that.
you.
Smart people knew that. If only the Iranian regime had focused on building their nation
It's
up
literally
instead of
just every accusation is a confession, Arberlin.
tearing the region down. Yet I'm here today not merely to condemn the past chaos of Iran's leaders, but to offer them a new path and a much better path toward a far better and more hopeful future. As I've shown repeatedly, I am willing to end past conflicts and forge new partnerships for a better and more stable world.
As in, I'm willing to make a deal with you. That's what he's saying. I'm willing to make a deal with you. Let's work something out. And this is what I mean by this has a large effect on America's relationship with Israel, because we do want to pull Iran into the fold. Trump is trying to consolidate like an alliance with the Middle East. And Iran is one of the three major players. It's Iran, Turkey, and Saudi Arabia. Now, Turkey and Saudi Arabia don't like Iran. They hate Iran. But if those governments are also willing to, it's basically, why would we fight each other if we can just exploit poor people instead? It's like, let's stop being mad about like religious stuff and fighting over that, and let's just exploit all of the poor fucks. That's the offer. We'll see what Iran says.
Even if our differences may be very profound, which obviously they are in the case of Iran, I have never believed in having permanent enemies. I am different than a lot of people think.
Also, no, Trump holds grudges like forever.
I don't like permanent enemies, but sometimes you need enemies to do the job, and you have to do it right. Enemies get you motivated. In fact,
literally, just that's the most apt description of MAGA ideology and fascism, is you need an enemy to get you motivated, to get things done. You can't do anything without an enemy. That is just fascism. That's how fascism fuels itself as a political ideology, is there's always an enemy. You're forever a victim.
some of the closest friends of the United States of America are nations we fought wars against in generations past, and now they're our friends and our allies. I want to make a deal with Iran. If I can make a deal with Iran, I'll be very happy if we're going to make your region and the world a safer place. But if Iran's leadership rejects this olive branch and continues to attack their neighbors, then we will have no choice but to inflict.
Remember, by the way, that Iran is the country that has had its soil directly attacked by a foreign country they're not at war with 3 times without responding. There was also 2 where they responded with their own rockets.
Maximum pressure, drive Iranian oil exports to 0 like I did before. If you know that, they were
good luck with that.
A virtually bankrupt country because of what I did. They had no money for terror. They had no money for Hamas or Hezbollah.
That's also not true. You got to remember that Iran has allies, right? Like, they're not isolated from the whole world. This isn't North Korea. Actually, even North Korea doesn't fall into that isolated from the whole world category.
Take all action required to stop the
we don't
regime
need
from
America
ever having a nuclear weapon. Iran will never have a nuclear weapon.
Iran already has a nuclear weapon.
But with that said, Iran can have a much brighter future, but will never allow America and its allies to be threatened with terrorism or nuclear attack. The choice is theirs to make. We really want them to be a successful country. We want them to be a wonderful, safe, great country, but they cannot have a nuclear weapon.
Iran's propped up by Russia buying shit from them, as well as China buying shit from them. Lately, I've been rebuking former DNC turned Fox News regular Lindy Lee. Don't even bother. No. Everloyal Eagle. Don't bother. Lindy Lee was an op. She was never actually on our side. She was an operative. She's lying. You going on and rebuking her does nothing. What you should be doing is treating her with contempt like she's a child and you're an adult. And they are being silly. Like, you look down on them. That's how you deal with this. You look down on them and you like, oh, okay, that's nice. Walk away. Like, so Lindy Lee was a Republican the whole time. She was a spy. Yeah, she was an op. There's literally like clips of her talking before the election because she was one of the consultants for the Harris campaign. And a lot of the things she said fit in way more with the right than it did with the left. She said she didn't even like Kamala Harris before the election while she was a donor. She was an operative. And then immediately after went on Fox News the very next day. Yeah. So yeah, maybe Cuba is a better example since everyone equally treats them like shit for some reason. That's a better example. You're right, Captain Buggy. But like, understand, a closer relationship with Iran is not something Israel wants us to do. And so this is important in that we seem to have been pushing Israel further away. Trump seems to be mad at Netanyahu. And where that goes is highly dependent on A, his internal mood, and B, what Iran does.
And this is an offer that will not last forever. The time is right now for them to choose. Right now, we don't have a lot of time to wait. Things are happening at a very fast pace. They're happening right here. They're happening at a very fast pace. So they have to make their...
Like, here's from
Thank you
NBC.
for being here. Let's talk about the fact that President Trump's about to set off for his first official foreign trip. Comes as he's grappling with all of these issues on the world stage, and as you have new reporting about potential strains with his relationship with Prime Minister Netanyahu.
Yeah, that's right. The president's going to go to Saudi Arabia, Qatar, and the United Arab Emirates. And this is a trip that's going to focus on the economy. You'll see announcements about investments in the U.S., trade, arms deals, those sorts of things. But when you step back and look at the broader world stage...
Oh, yeah, you're right, Captain Buggy. I remember when Trump called for a two-state solution in front of Bibi during his first term because he just has zero information. He just says and does what he wants, and if he needs a question answered, he asks somebody else. No one tells him anything unless he needs to know it. No one tells him plans because he'll just say them on TV. Like, he has no self-control. He has no filter. If they told him what they wanted to do, he's just going to say it on TV.
The president's bigger priorities in terms of ending the war in Ukraine, what's happening in Israel, they're kind of stuck. And what we've learned, and the president is not going to Israel on this trip, is that the president and Prime Minister Netanyahu have had some tensions over the way forward on Gaza, on Iran. So while the president will be in the Middle East touting all of these that he's delivering economic...
Also, remember, he doesn't get briefings. Yep. No. He doesn't make any decisions. Donald Trump does nothing all day. He is the most jobless man in America. All he does is make decisions while live on television. That's the only decisions he makes, is when he's on TV and a camera is pointed at him and he says a thing. And then everyone in the administration has to scramble to at least try and do the thing because he said the thing. Or stop doing the thing because he said the thing. And they didn't want everyone to know that they were doing the thing. So, like, he's not a great puppet. He's not good. I guess that explains why Lindy is so obsessed with Democrats' past, and it makes her absolutely blind to what Trump is doing. No, it's not. She's not blind. She's aware. She's just okay with it. Every one of them, every single one of them is not unaware of what's happening. They like what's happening. And there's a reason, by the way, that, like, discourse like this is fucking important.
No, I'm kidding. We're not doing history. See, I wanted to tell you...
Watch this video from this guy. I like his videos. He makes good history videos and good politics videos, but I saw this yesterday, and, I mean, he's so right.
You guys, that the reason why I swapped from history to politics is because half of you don't learn. You don't learn lessons from history. For example, fascism is bad. That's something that about 77 million Americans don't agree with. I don't know how it happened. We all
No, you don't have to call her out on her hypocrisy. Her hypocrisy is part of the point. They're all hypocrites. There's nothing, like, these people don't believe in reality. The people watching that conversation will not learn anything from it. You arguing with these people is not changing anyone's mind. It's just not. You don't have to call her out on her hypocrisy. I'm not kidding. And it feels like you do, because in our past political context, yes, that did matter. Right now, it's more harm than good. You're giving them attention. You're validating their feelings. They don't feel any shame, yeah. And you arguing with them presents it to the viewer as there is something to argue about. Whereas engaging with her by saying, yeah, okay, that's nice, crazy lady, and then walking away shows that there's not an argument to be made. Like, she's just stupid and dumb. And that has more of an impact than actually fact-checking. Nobody cares about the fact-checking. Nobody's looking, nobody's reading, and nobody believes it.
I grew up watching the same fucking documentaries and in the same social studies classes. I know that, you know, a lot of you are focused on fucking playing Minecraft or Doodle Jump. But at the end of the day, you guys don't learn. You don't learn from the lessons of the past. So I realized, okay, well, if we're not going to fucking learn from the lessons of the past, then I'm going to force this shit down your throat. And this is thankless. I hope you understand that I was getting hundreds of millions of views. I was racking in tens of thousands of dollars a month making history content. And yet, I still swapped over to politics. Why? Because it's more important. Motherfuckers are like, I miss when you just taught us about World War II, not politics. World War II? The most well-documented political event in human history? It was comments like that made me realize, oh my God, you motherfuckers think that history is like Saving Private Ryan. You think that it's some movie and that the lessons don't apply. You are living in the consequences of history.
It's like Kamala Harris said, you know, you didn't just fall out of a coconut tree.
Every action you make right now will lead to the future.
Everything is politics.
I can't explain this to you guys. I understand there's a lot of people who, they saw my videos and they were like learning the lessons and they understood the message of it, but not the overwhelming majority of Americans, who are disproportionately stupid. And I do mean this. I know it's gonna get duetted and stitched by all these like fucking MAGA right-wing influencers who, mind you, when they mention my name, when they tag me, look at the view counts of their other videos and then look at the one with me in it. You're welcome. But I truly do mean this. If you voted for Donald Trump, that doesn't mean you're in the MAGA cult, because, you know, Trump on the campaign trail is not Trump the president. Trump on the campaign trail fooled tens of millions of people into voting for him. But if you still support Donald Trump after everything he's done, after Donald Trump saying, I want to deport U.S. citizens to the slave labor camp in El Salvador, yeah, we're talking about homegrowns, people born on U.S. soil, you can hear that, and you can hear, oh yeah, I'm running for a third term. No, I'm not joking. You could hear all that. You could hear, oh yeah, we already deported 3 U.S. citizens. You can hear all that. If you know of. Still support him, you're a fascist. Every single one of you is a fascist.
Yep.
Bye.
And that's what I mean. Every single person who supports the regime right now, still to this day, supports the regime, not just like tolerates it, but like actively, especially if they're going on TV and they are just a fascist. They're a demon, and that's it. Lindy Lee is a lich. That's her role. Is she spawns more demons. So do you guys want a little bit of discourse that's unrelated, or do you want to talk about the death cult? We're gonna do both. I just want to know which one you guys want first. You guys want you want to talk about how gingers are black, or do you want to talk about how there's a death cult leading us to the end of the world? 1s and 2s in chat. The gingers are black thing is actually really interesting. If you're ginger, Captain Buggy, apparently you're black. Now, I didn't know this. I learned this very recently. But I also got to stop calling you a ginger. That's the hard R there. Oof.
Welcome, my redheads. I want to give you
a
little bit of advice now that you are in the African American community. So you are a redhead, which is considered a African American. Your slang would be considered
Nah, he was right, Captain Buggy.
this. You have to be careful with because of this. You don't want to use a hard R, okay? So for the homies, you want to be called a ginger.
Alright, so you're a ginger then. I hope that I'm allowed to say it, one of the homies, but if you need an explanation as to why gingers are black.
Gingers are black, that's fact. Let's go through some of these correlations. First, let's start with hair. How many times have you been out
thanks, Captain
as
Buggy.
the greasy talons just wanted to touch your red hair because they thought it was so cool and kinky and curly? Yeah, that happens in the African American community too, so we go get that 2 check marks. How many times have you been fetishized after and over? Oh, your lips are full. Oh, you are a fuller figure. Oh, I never had a redhead before.
He's right.
Yeah, we experienced that as well. 2 checks. The outcast, redheaded stepchild. Yeah, we experienced that daily. You experienced it but didn't understand it. But now, it all makes sense. Features, like I said about the fetish and the hair. You have certain features, fuller lips, wider hips. Man, I don't know if you packing or not. I'm just speaking off of what you can see off of a woman. Now, those features also.
In my experience, usually they are, by the way.
Check. Check. History. Didn't they say the man upstairs had copper hair?
Didn't, like, we have Irish folks as slaves on plantations with the black folk as well? Like, we had the Irish as slaves too. We don't talk about that much, but I'm pretty sure we almost certainly had the Irish out there picking cotton with black people in the South.
Part of the community, baby. And ask yourself this question. Why was it so easy to recast redheads as African Americans? Annie, Spider-Man, Mary Jane, The Little Mermaid.
Ah, okay.
Makes sense, don't it?
It's a different kind of slavery, but like they were there. So like black people and gingers. What do you guys think? Are gingers black? Or gingers black? Oof, gotta work on that. Ow. I deserve that. I accidentally slurred Captain Buggy. Use that hard R. Aye. Alright, so next we're going to talk about a death cult. But first, I want to show you guys something happy. Just take like a couple minutes to just be happy. And that's gonna copyright the music, so we could just skip a little bit forward. Here we have the Cats of Istanbul. $400 million jet in exchange for $50 billion golf course. I would time you out if I could. Oh my god. Look, it's a new one, alright? I've been saying it with the hard R my whole life, and now I gotta learn the soft A. Give me a minute, alright? They were mostly second-class citizens, but Bioshock Infinite associated the two more. I haven't played Bioshock Infinite, so that makes sense. There's an estimated 150,000 cats that can be found all around Istanbul at any given day. It's illegal to kill cats in Egypt, based. See, we have these strays, but Every store clerk has water and food outside for them. We have infrastructure in cities. We have vending machines that cats and dogs can go to where there's a bowl and they know to press a button because food comes out when they do. People care for the animals. Also, like, we go around and we vaccinate them and we make sure that they're healthy and then put like a tag on them so you can track if you, like, you know, gave the inoculations to that dog like 3 weeks ago or a month ago, or like how far has this dog traveled. Like we do that instead of putting them in the pound in a shelter and then euthanizing them. We just do this, and it's, I think, a better system. Now, they know how to use the vending machines. It's just a pressure plate, basically. They walk up to it and they press the pressure plate and food falls out of the thing. Whereas Izmir had an army of dogs, giant as dogs when I was last there. Yeah, but they're adorable. Most of the street dogs are nice, too. They're not dangerous. But I think Istanbul is trying to do something to get rid of the dogs, but not the cats. But yeah, no. Every time I'm in Istanbul, I just have a adopted pet cat for the time being while I'm there. You just make friends with one, and they'll just keep coming. They'll show up in your house. I used to carry like a bag of cat food with me out around town in Turkey. Oh my god, that one looks like Frank. Like they got shelves and shit. I want to see one if they have one with like a butcher shop, because I'm sure all of you have seen like a video of a cat at like a butcher or grocery store, and it like asks for food. All of those videos, the vast majority of them are coming from Turkey. Cats really evolved to become cared for by apex predators on Earth. Wild. Yeah, like they won. The there's a channel that does like rates animals in the animal kingdom as if they're video games, and they ranked cats as a support class, but rank 1 in the meta for this server, as they are a support for the apex predator and doesn't like counter the other support. Yeah, like zoology or something like that. Yeah, I know, that's the one. It was really interesting though, and I do like the description of things in video game terms, because it does make more sense to a lot of people. And I've played a lot of video games, so thinking about life and reality in those contexts, like it makes sense. Alright, I'm gonna leave you with the cats while I go pee, and then we're gonna talk about Death Cult, because that one's gonna suck. So, cats haven't won until they stop us from destroying the ecosystem. Good luck, cats. Well, actually, it is Tier Zoo. The one thing that I will say is cats might actually save the human race. Did you know that a decent chunk, like I can't remember the statistic, but there is a prion that a lot of cats carry that infects humans and isn't harmful to you, but what it does is it changes how you feel about cats. They literally can infect you with a prion that makes you like cats more and want to care for the cat more. Quick deploy the cat pics. I mean, in the right context, it could work. All right, I'll be back. 2 secs. I'll make sure it's not too loud.
Bir anne olarak evladımın parasızlık yüzünden kaybetmek istemiyorum. Ne olur bu annenin sesini.
Başardı mı? Tatlı bir de nasıl yani? Sen de.
Cats in Istanbul really do win at life. God, that is a nice life to have. Great apes in captivity have been shown to care for cats as well. Like that one you showed earlier, they taught basic communication. They gave the gorilla multiple kittens throughout her life. Well, the one I showed earlier was an Onion clip of like the only science that MAGA would fund because it's evil and causes pain and suffering. Which was the point that I was making, but I get what you mean. Which is also really cute that those massive animals can be so gentle with kittens. Yeah, Istanbul jumped on the top places that I've got to visit. Sure, yeah, be careful. It's not necessarily queer friendly over there, and maybe don't watch me because I might say some shit about Erdogan that some fuck on the street will hear and then get arrested and then sent into Erdogan's hole where he throws political dissidents in. It was an Onion clip, but it was a real thing. It obviously didn't understand death fully, at least. Hopefully, didn't, but it did communicate very well to human language. Yeah, absolutely. We've like, I personally have seen a gorilla using like a spoon. Like in a zoo, they had a bucket of like yogurt, and the bucket had a gridded piece of metal on top so that they couldn't just eat all of it at once. And was watching a gorilla just pick up a stick off the ground and shove it through the hole and use it as a spoon. So like, yeah, they're not all that different from us. We do come from them. All right, we're gonna talk about Israel. So really quickly, do you guys remember way back, like last year? Or actually, no, it was late 2023 when Israel bombed the first hospital they bombed in Gaza, and everybody was questioning, like, oh, was it an accident? Was it actually a Hamas rocket? Like, no, Israel wouldn't do that. Well, today, they blew up the last hospital in Gaza. Now, there's just none. This was the very last hospital. So that's nice. Last fucking hospital. So I don't know if I can show you this video. I don't know if I can. I think this might actually be TOS. It doesn't actually show anything. I'm not sure if I can really read this whole description, but Sadi team on Israeli camp returns to the spotlight with surveillance footage showing a blindfolded, shackled Palestinian detainee being brutally abused physically and sexually, with these guys holding up a shield to block it on camera. Remember, this was the same place where a couple of these soldiers were arrested for doing this exact thing, and then the Israeli right rioted, including elected officials, and stormed the camp. Is there a nonprofit called Doctors Without Hospitals? Unfortunately not. I wonder if I can play this. Let me see. I can play some of this. Focus on the body language of these guys. Like, they're having fun here. By the way, the fact that those three guys are holding up the shield to the camera, like, they know what they're doing is wrong. But they have fun. Oh yes, absolutely, but Doctors Without Borders isn't going to Gaza because they kept getting killed. Like, this is a procedure. They do this regularly. Nobody has to be told what to do. These guys all line up immediately. They do this all the time. They're raping the people in concentration camps that they've put there. Not that far I can get in. So that's fucking evil. But I want you to understand that Israel's behavior and our behavior isn't just evil. It's not just because we enjoy suffering. But it's because these people are genuinely, honest to God, insane, mentally ill. Even the wall looks evil, like a Alien 2 set piece. Like, literally, yeah.
There's a movement in Israel that wants to bring about the end of the world.
News.
It's called the Temple Movement, and it's crucial to understanding the ultra-right wing in Israel. A few weeks ago, a group of Palestine solidarity activists were protesting Israeli National Security Minister Itamar Ben-Gvir's visit to Brooklyn. He was visiting the international headquarters of the Chabad Lubavitch movement, which is one of the largest ultra-Orthodox movements in the world. Most of the discussion of Ben-Gvir's visit focused on the attack against the pro-Palestine protesters, but what completely flew under the radar was what Itamar was even doing there to begin with. A video of Itamar's speech to the Chabad congregation showed Itamar jumping around and chanting that Israel will build a Jewish temple on top of the Temple Mount in Jerusalem, the current location of one of the holiest sites in Islam.
So this has been an ongoing argument between the death cult in Israel and every Muslim on the planet, and has been like this building is what caused the 2006 war with Lebanon, right? My party collaborates with some others who produce content on this channel based.
Al-Aqsa Mosque.
That's a small bribe compared to the plane they gave him from Qatar. Couple, you know, zeros missing there.
Itamar is part of a wide...
Okay. This is him saying, I want to start the end of the world.
Itamar is part of a wider constellation of ultra-right pro-Israel groups called the Temple Movement that want to destroy Al-Aqsa Mosque and replace it with a Jewish temple, which some extremists in the Jewish community believe will fulfill end times prophecy.
Literally, like, in the Bible, all the Jewish temple is built, and then the forces of Jesus fight with the forces of the devil. All of the Palestinians and Arabs in this case, who would be the devil, are pushed out of the Holy Land, which is greater Israel now. And then Jesus will come down from heaven and float all of the good Christians up to heaven. Like, yeah, we're not living in the same reality. We're never going to have shared reality again, not in our lifetime.
Bring back the Messiah. In practice, this is essentially a call for the total extermination of the Palestinian people.
It's a call for the total extermination of mankind. This is literally every human dies shit. Like, if they were right, if this prophecy was real, this is let's end the world shit.
Because Al-Aqsa is an absolute red line for them, and Muslims across the world for that matter. This messianic movement, which used to be completely fringe, is now at the heart of the Israeli right wing. You may have seen videos circulating recently on Israeli social media of Al-Aqsa Mosque and the Dome of the Rock being blown up and replaced with a Jewish temple.
Yeah, like that's obviously supposed to rally the fascists on their side and to piss off their enemies. They want a fight. The prophecy, oh great, this is how the world, like they want it to. This is all of America and Israel's policy. It's the death cult.
This movement is being funded by some of the most genocidal factions in Israel and has been gaining so much momentum that its proponents now occupy positions in the current government. Here's what you need to know. The story of the Jewish temple according to the Tanakh is that when the Jews escaped Egypt and arrived in Palestine, which was known as Canaan at the time, they killed all the inhabitants of Canaan for being polytheists and built a temple to the one God they believed in what is today Jerusalem. The Babylonians destroyed the temple and the Jews rebuilt it on the same spot, only for the Romans to destroy it a second time, which led to the Jews being scattered across the world. According to some Jews, when Jews build a third temple on the same spot, the Messiah will return. The only problem with this is that they also believe that the first and second temples were built on the Temple Mount where Al-Aqsa is.
Again, if the idea is the Messiah will come and end the world, then you are committing suicide.
The goal of the temple movement, therefore,
This
has
is
been to
also
destroy
terrorism.
Al-Aqsa. The most important
That's also the terrorism bit. Like the threats to Al-Aqsa, the holiest, one of the holiest sites in Islam. It's death cult research time? Yeah. That's terrorism. The Israelis who post videos about wanting to blow up Al-Aqsa Mosque are terrorists.
group in this movement is the Temple Institute, and it's an organization dedicated
and the Temple Institute are also terrorists.
Entirely to building the third temple by hand and removing the abomination, meaning Al-Aqsa in the Dome of the Rock. They've spent years preparing ritual objects to be used when the third temple is built, things like robes for priests, a 42-kilogram golden menorah, animals for ritual sacrifices, and of course, blueprints.
What the fuck are we talking? We're building a temple for ritual sacrifices? What has happened? Where did we come from and how did we get here? Why are we now talking about animal sacrifices?
And 3D models of the temple itself. They produce ads and social media videos where Jews in Israel wake up one day with a fully completed Jewish temple in Al-Aqsa's place and call on the Jewish people to make the dream a reality. Their YouTube channel is full of lectures interpreting Jewish scripture through the lens of this fashion.
And in those days, men will seek death, but they will not find it. They will yearn for death, but death will flee from them. Oh God. Jesus Christ. I think we might actually, maybe the Christians are right. Holy shit. They're currently finishing up with the human sacrifices in Gaza. Yeah, absolutely. That quote, Ilirda, is a bit too on the nose.
Just ideology. To give you an idea of how this group thinks, let's start by looking at their founder, a rabbi named Yisrael Ariel. Yisrael Ariel was a member of the Israeli Koch Party, which was a party that advocated—
Sorry, the Koch Party? Okay, let's talk about the Israeli Koch Party. I'm waiting for someone to mention Cthulhu. I'm assuming that's what the fucking cows are for.
The total removal of Palestine. Let's start by looking at their founder, a rabbi named Yisrael Ariel. Yisrael Ariel was a member of the Israeli Koch Party, which was a party that advocated the total removal of Palestinians from Palestine. Part of its platform was
the entire party's platform was the genocide of Palestinians.
The banning of Muslims from the Temple Mount. And the Israeli Koch Party was so racist and violent that it was actually banned in Israel. The Koch Party's founder was a rabbi from Brooklyn named—
Yeah, but like Ever Loyal Eagle, just because the stuff in Revelations that's prophesied is happening today doesn't mean that the book is right. The stuff is happening today because people who run the government want it to happen. They are trying to make the prophecy happen. They believe that it's real, so they're trying to fulfill it. They banned Koch parties in Israel. They did, actually.
Meir Kahane, the founder of a New York-based ultranationalist paramilitary, was
also
assistant vice—
funny as fuck that their fucking head guy comes from America. It's always the case. Every goddamn American that goes to Israel to be part of like Israeli colonization is just Hitler.
Violent that it was actually banned in Israel. The Koch Party's founder was a rabbi from Brooklyn named Meir Kahane, the founder of a New York-based ultranationalist paramilitary group called the Jewish Defense League that would attack and, in some cases, murder anyone they considered enemies of the Jewish people, i.e. anti-Zionists and random Arabs.
Yasser Arafat said he was going to dance into the United Nations.
Yeah, the Kahanists.
Because JDL said they're going to use this. Someday...
These guys are terrorists. I vote for the Vagina Party. I vote for a coalition between the Vagina Party, the Titties Party, and the Thick Thighs Party.
We hope very soon we are going to use this on him.
The JDL is widely believed to have been behind the bombing and murder of Arab American rights activist Alex Oda. And
good. They're terrorists who bombed and killed an American. Good, I can say that now.
The JDL also plotted to assassinate a Lebanese-American member of Congress and blow up a nearby mosque. The JDL is a designated terrorist organization in the United States and Canada.
God. Okay, they're bad enough that we designated them as a fucking terrorist organization.
Despite this, Kahane is not only celebrated by many Israelis, his thinking has been transformed into an ideology known as Kahanism, and the guy who founded the Temple Institute is a Kahanist and was an elected member of Kahane's fascist party. As soon as the Temple Institute's founder, Yisrael Ariel, left Israeli parliament, he was arrested in a plot to take over the Temple Mount by force by carving a tunnel underneath it. In
literal insane shit.
2015, Ariel led a group of Orthodox rabbis in penning a message of support for 10 Israeli men who were banned from going into the West Bank after they committed an arson attack against a Palestinian family.
Like, again, demons. These are fucking demons. Like, they're writing a letter congratulating people who got banned from the West Bank for just lighting a Palestinian family's house on fire with them in it.
Killing 3
Literal
people,
ISIS,
including 18-month-old Ali Dawabsha. Here's a video of the men from this group taunting Ali's grandmother outside of a courthouse. The Temple Institute.
I swear to God, if my family member got killed, burned to death in a terrorist attack, and then one of the people involved said that shit to me, I'm going to jail that day. I'm going to prison that day. I'm not fucking around. Are you kidding me? I'm going to prison. I'm going to prison. Ali's on the grill? You burned this kid alive, and you're gonna make fun of him for it. Fuck you. My interpretation of Revelations is that organized religions tend towards self-fulfilling prophecies and spiral down towards being a death cult. Theism is anti-human in my opinion. I do agree. Is penny throwing based? No, it's not.
The Temple Institute founder Yisrael Ariel wrote as the spokesman of these rabbis that the men who burned the Dawabsha family alive were, quote, praiseworthy and an inspiration to rabbinical judges and to all the faithful of Israel.
Like, literally, not only is this evil, but it's also, like, it goes against Judaism. It goes against their religious teachings.
And to all the faithful of Israel. By far the most prominent member of the
Pre-Breakfast Banana, please give me an example of where religion has bettered people's lives. Like, for real, give me an example of religion producing long-term positive change for anybody, ever.
Was Rabbi Chaim Richman. He likes to say that the temple movement isn't political, that it's just a spiritual movement. But listen to him for yourself and tell me if he's someone who sounds apolitical to you.
The Secretary of the Cabinet says this will be the last war against Gaza. This is going to be it right now. That remains to be seen. I think that people don't really understand the mentality that we're dealing with. I think they don't really understand who, if you can call them people, who they really are. So you have to understand what's going on here in Israel is going to, I've always said this, but now it's clearer than ever that it will determine the fate of all humanity.
Long live Homo sapien, I think you're onto something. Ironically, they worship death because they're afraid of it. All of this shit in the hopes that they get eternal life somewhere else because they're afraid of the true emptiness of real death. That's why they all want to go to heaven. They want to get raptured. They're afraid that they lose everything. That, you know, all of the wealth that they gained, all of the power that they have, it just disappears and they will become just like everybody else in the void. And they can't handle that. Like, it always comes back to an inability of feeling discomfort, doesn't it? Teachings that say do good and love others are true religion. Teachings that say do evil and hate everyone are cults. That's true. But give me an example of a religion where people only did the good stuff, or they did the good stuff more than the bad stuff. Like an example. The basis for feudalism, which replaced the slave republics of the Roman epoch. I feel like that's not attributable to religion, then that would have happened anyway. That was a class distinction that would have naturally come up. I do think, Ilirda. There's some benefits to religion specifically in the past, like Muslims are taught to clean their hands often, cook their meat overcooked so it's less risky, but outside of small things like that, I don't know. Like, yeah, maybe I could believe that, you know, keep people from dying from diseases back in the day. Today, I don't see it having any positive outcomes. Religion was the foundation of the anti-slavery movements in Europe that led to feudalism. But again, without religion, that still would have happened because the slaves would have wanted freedom. Like, freedom and enlightenment would still have come without religion. We may have taken a little bit longer. We may have taken less time, in fact. But I don't think religion is necessary for the anti-slavery movement in Europe to start, you know? Some people think that they would do lots of crimes if they didn't have religion. Not sure why. Well, it's because they base their morals off of fear of going to hell, and they don't actually believe anything. They don't actually care about anyone. They feel like they could just commit crimes if they didn't have religion because they have no empathy for others. They're being kept in check by their fear of death, not a desire to do anything good for others. They would absolutely do crime because it's fun. They enjoy it. That's where their life gets meaning from. The Void is true fear. I'll post a YouTube channel that talks about that shit a lot. She's like a PhD atheist. Very base. Cool. What's up, Weasel Wagon Wilbur? It has been a while. Anyone who can come to my house and turn a cup of water into a Cab Sav is worth following. Haven't met him yet. That's true. Religion has never been progressive. It's always been regressive. Yeah, like I can't think of a context in which there was more good than bad. Historically, there were aspects of religion that were useful. Like, again, teaching people to, I don't know, not be evil and to care about others and to be clean and all, like, that stuff, though, is just normal. Like, none of that comes from religion. It's just in the religious text, but it's not the religion. Does that make sense? Like, the slavery is bad idea. It's not necessarily from the religion. It's just in the religious text. Now, Jesus didn't like slaves, but without Jesus, we still would have not liked slaves because being a slave sucks, and we would have got there anyway. Some flavors of Satanism is really progressive. Some, but, you know, not my favorite. And they're as much of a religion as any Christian. Actually, I would argue that they're probably more of a religion than the vast majority of Christians in America, considering Christians in America aren't Christian. Yeah, they might be some of the people with the only progressive religion, but I still haven't seen it produce any positive outcomes. Humanity and community, cleanliness, tradition, culture, spirituality, long before organized religion ever showed up. Yeah, we had these already. Humans are inherently spiritual on some level. Organized religion is just a hijack of that impulse. Well, what I would consider that spirituality is curiosity. And we like to make patterns. We want to understand things. And because we want to understand things and we like to make patterns, and we have this philosophical, spiritual inclination, then we assign meaning to things because it's a pattern and we identified it. And so now it's real. Religion was made to ease feudal times, but we can all stand up for ourselves now. I get, yeah, but like it's making it worse now. I think Satanist efforts to educate children on the rules of consent, sex ed, giving them books, after school programs is very productive. I think it is as well. I just don't think it's implemented enough to be attributable. But like, yeah, I'll give them that. Good to drop in here for a bit. Good to see you, ever loyal Eagle. Have a lovely evening. Not sure what for. Ancient Zoroastrianism was like, but if we're talking Christianity, I agree. No, I'm asking, like, can you give me examples of religion that produced positive outcomes? We don't understand the universe, and we make up beings that do that. Yeah. And some of these people end up like this.
I just want to say this to our Christian friends. You guys are worshiping one Jew. That's a mistake. You should be worshiping every single one of us because we all die for your sins every single day. And that's exactly what's going on here.
Jesus Christ. Motherfucker lives in Israel and is talking about how he's dying for our sins every day? Holy shit, the level of projection. That was wild.
One of us, because we all die for your sins every single day, and that's exactly what's going on here. We're all God's firstborn, and we're dying for your sins right now.
Y'all should worship
because
all
the Jewish
of us.
people in the land of Israel are the bulwark against the orcs.
Oh, good. Oh, orcs now. We're gonna call everyone who's against Israel an orc. Nice try. Ukraine already grabbed that one. You can't take it. It's that tag has already been taken. That man has lost his mind. He's part of a death cult, pre-breakfast banana. No shit.
Temple Institute is just the main group, but there's a litany of similar groups like the Temple Mount Faithful, the Movement for Temple Renewal, Hai Vakayim, Har Habayit Shalanu, Center for the Study of the History of the Temple in Jerusalem, the Center for Temple Studies at Mitzpah, Women for the Temple. I could go on and on. And while they all share similar goals, their motivations are different.
Using the term orcs is culturally appropriate at this point. I mean, I would call the person saying it an orc, not the Palestinians, but yeah. And I agree with you, Shard.
These groups are religious, while some are just nationalists. Some defy Israeli law, while others try to work within it. And like I said earlier, this movement has had a resurgence in the last 10 years or so and are now taking up positions in the Israeli government. A big reason for this resurgence is that temple movement...
They're stealing it. Orcs are Russians. But also, you know what? Like, we could just apply it all around. I prefer zombies, but if you want to use orcs for the broad cast of the lowest tier fascists, go for it. White people saying the N-word. I mean, look, I can't say Jinja with a hard R anymore, so...
Groups are being funded
also, yeah, a lot of Israelis are Russian, actually. In fact, most of the white-looking Israelis are European or Russian, and that's it. Like, their ideology still comes from Europe and Russia. They see themselves as white, and that's why they see themselves as above the Palestinians. I'm not unironically, like, that's where that comes from. Zombie is my preferred as well. That's true. True.
By the Kahanis.
I prefer please go see a fucking psychiatrist.
Movement, which is itself motivated by religious extremism in many cases. For example, one of the largest groups the Kahanis has been funding is Lehava, a Jewish supremacist group whose goal is to stop marriages between Jews and non-Jews.
Isn't Jewish supremacy, like, I don't know, does that not conflict with the Torah?
הייתה אמורה להיות חתונה פרטית של בני הזוג, אבל החתונה הזאת מסעירה את המדינה כבר שבוע ימים, בשל כך היא יהודייה והוא ערבי.
Like, this is the most Hitler shit. Muhammad is dead. Muhammad is dead. So is Moses, motherfucker. Didn't the USSR try starting their own Israel at one point, but it went nowhere? Yeah, it went to Israel. Those people went to actual Israel. You can't say the Z word, mate. I mean, I can't. You probably can. And yes, it does conflict with the Torah. I agree. No coexistence with Arabs.
The founder of this group called for the destruction of the Dome of the Rock on Jerusalem Day, posting an image of the structure being bulldozed by a crane. In fact, due to how controversial these messianic ideas are, the Israeli government will often condemn these groups to the international community, but investigations have shown that they're also quietly funding these groups.
That would be really bad, Lanky Sapien.
One investigation found that the government was not only giving money to the Temple Institute, they also found that the government
Why do they hate Arabs specifically? What about Persians? I'm sure they hate... Well, Persians are Iranian, so yes, they hate them. They want war with Iran. They hate Arabs because they're white. They're white nationalists, white supremacists, and Jewish supremacists. The ones that are the most Hitlerite are the ones that came from Europe and Russia.
Allowing women to opt out of Israel's compulsory military service if they worked for the Institute. They've also been trying for years to take over the Likud.
Like, again, they let you opt out of military service for working at one of these institutes. Like, this is an op. Most Jews in the USSR lived in Poland and Ukraine, the former Pale of Settlement, and they didn't want to leave. Yep.
Service if they worked for the Institute. They've also been trying for years to take over the Likud party, the party of Benjamin Netanyahu.
We formed a bloc inside Likud, Israel's ruling party, and we're attempting to take over the Likud party and turn it into a Torah party.
Torah party, says people that would go against every teaching in your own holy book. Odessa used to be considered European center of Jewish culture and life. That makes sense. People used to joke about Jewish supremacy before October 7th. Like, what if we went back in time and killed Hitler only to come back and see the Iron Star of David? Turns out the likelihood of that was higher than people thought. Well, I mean, like, even Einstein in 1948 wrote about how Israel's government had striking similarities to the Nazis and was incredibly fascistic. So, like, it's not like it was hard to tell.
I'm looking, I don't know who I'm looking straight, I'll look straight at this camera. I am a Talmid of Rabbi Meir Kahana.
Remember, that was the guy that got banned from Israel's politics for being too racist and too hateful. And so, you know.
I always will be.
Recent and current Israeli government officials who have expressed support for an Israeli takeover of the Temple Mount include current Israeli ambassador to the UK, Tzipi Hotovely, former Minister of Agriculture, Yuri Ariel, former Knesset member and Deputy Defense Minister, Rabbi Eli Ben-Dahan, the current Minister of Transportation, Miri Regev, the notoriously racist former Justice Minister, Ayelet Shaked, the current Deputy Prime...
Excuse me. Why does that one require notoriously racist? I feel like if you are a member of Israel's government right now, that's kind of a qualifying requirement.
Minister Yariv Levine, Yuli Edelstein, the former Minister of Health, former Knesset members Yehuda Glick and Moshe Feiglin, and current Knesset members Yitzhak Pinterest, and of course Itamar Ben-Gvir. It was no...
So, like lots of Hitlers. And like Sapien, either community or death, unfortunately.
...accident that Chabad Lubavitch invited him to their headquarters. Itamar Ben-Gvir is the face of the Kahanist-funded Jewish Power Party and the face of the Temple movement in Israeli politics.
This is harder to solve than climate change. Yeah.
He routinely tries to provoke conflict by going up to the Temple Mount with Jewish ultra-nationalist groups hoping to spark a war.
Yeah, because we literally have people who spend their time trying to make this worse. Like that's where they get fulfillment from, is let's make this worse. Let's start a war. It's not about religion, it's about ethnic purity, hence why Israel only cares about your maternal bloodline. That's true.
Itamar himself is probably the most famous disciple of Meir Kahana and famously kept a framed picture of Kahanist mass shooter Baruch Goldstein, who shot and killed 29 Palestinians in the Ibrahimi Mosque.
Like, you understand how sick you have to be of a person, like mentally diseased, spiritually vacant, to hang a portrait of a mass shooter in, like, a good way. Like, this guy killed 29 Palestinians. He deserves a spot on the wall. Like, do you know how mentally ill you have to be for that to be how you behave? You need brain damage that's like 3 Fettermans.
Mosque shooting in his office. The way the Chabad Lubavitch attack was framed by politicians tried to make it out like the pro-Palestine protesters were just randomly attacking a synagogue. But Chabad Lubavitch
he's from New York. Yeah, every fucking guy from New York who moves to fucking Israel is fucking Hitler for some reason. I don't know why. All of them. If you move from New York, Brooklyn specifically, to Israel, for some reason you're Hitler.
Is part of the Third Temple movement, especially outside of Israel. Their yellow flag with the crown on it has been used as a banner of the ultra-right, being flown in Gaza by IDF soldiers and at ultra-right-wing rallies, like the rally where Israelis protested for the right of Israeli soldiers to rape Palestinian prisoners.
And again, they just did it again. We're doing it every day, in fact, as we only recently saw. I guess it's the same as the Canadians who moved to South Africa to join apartheid. Yeah, it's the same idea. It's the same idea as the South Africans who came to America to go and join American apartheid.
Their website talks openly about the need for a third temple, and their leader, Rabbi Mendel Schneerson, more commonly known as the Rebbe, whose poster you've probably seen if you live in New York, is an adherent of the racist Kahanist ideology. He once wrote, "The Jewish body looks similar to the bodies of non-Jews, but the difference is..."
I never thought I would live in a reality where I'm reading, I don't know, like stuff that some guy in Israel wrote, and it's just, I've been transported to like 1942, and I'm just reading file. Like, are you kidding me?
So great that the bodies should be considered completely different species. A non-Jewish soul comes from 3 satanic spheres, while the Jewish soul stems from holiness.
I can't imagine the level of illness it takes to immigrate somewhere purely to do racism. A lot.
When Meir Kahana died...
Wait, that's not the end of it. Again, like, not only is this saying, if you're not Jewish, and by Jewish, they mean born Jewish from your maternal side, then you are not the same species. You're basically less than human. You're subhuman. That your soul comes from the devil rather than from holiness. Like, it's
satanic spheres,
built
while the
into
Jewish
the
soul
ideology.
stems from holiness. When Meir Kahane died, Mendel Schneerson called Kahane one of the greatest Jewish leaders in history. He also said that Kahane's son was doing his father's holy work, referring to the fact that Kahane's son Baruch and his brother Nachman have been—
All of these, like, I sometimes wish that, I don't know, Abrahamic Christian God is real and like all of the religions are a little bit right and hell exists. I'll go there. I'll be down there myself, but I want to be, I want to see these guys there with me.
Been chosen as priests to serve in the Third Temple. Here they are, being fitted for garments made by the Temple Institute and being measured for them by Yehuda Glick, who we talked about earlier. Chabad Lubavitch is considered so extreme, they've been denounced by several other sects of ultra-Orthodox Judaism. It's worth noting that Trump's new anti-Semitism czar is also a rabbi from Chabad Lubavitch.
By the way, that's what they were trying to get Hassan on when Customs and Border Patrol stopped him and they were asking him questions. They wanted to get him on something that could be charged as anti-Semitism.
You're probably reaching the part of the video where you're like, okay, we get it, but why should we care about all this? Well, they're believers of the Temple prophecy in key positions of the White House. Some evangelical Christians believe the same prophecy that the Messiah will come back when the temple is built, but that it'll be Jesus Christ, not
32% of the United States believes this will happen in our lifetime.
The Jewish Messiah. Take Pete Hegseth, Trump's Secretary of Defense. He regularly travels to Israel and did an entire Christian TV special in Jerusalem when he worked for Fox News. Here he is posing with Chaim Richman from the Temple Institute outside of Al-Aqsa Mosque, and in 2018, he gave a speech in Jerusalem where he literally said the Third Temple is coming.
And there's no reason why the miracle of the reestablishment of the temple on the Temple Mount is not possible.
Mike Huckabee, Trump's ambassador.
Like, it's death cult shit the whole way around. Imagine Jesus respawns and just sees a bloodbath and is like, what the fuck did you do? Gives up on humanity. Not knowing who I interact with like that day to day unsettles me deeply. Yeah, me too. It really does. It boggles my mind that these people are not only given power, but are taken seriously.
Ambassador to Israel claims that Israel is a divine signal from God.
For those of us who believe God and the Bible, the very existence of modern Israel is a validation of the Scripture.
Huckabee is not only a close friend of Chabad Lubavitch, holding ceremonies with them in Arkansas and visiting the Rebbe's grave.
Oh, you want to know what's worse is that these people are producing most of the anti-Semitism too.
New York, something Trump also did on the anniversary of October 7th, but also on Huckabee's first day as ambassador, his first stop was to the Temple Mount. Trump's last ambassador to Israel, David Friedman, oversaw the transfer of the U.S. Embassy in Tel Aviv to Jerusalem. David Friedman didn't even try to hide his feelings about the—
Oh yeah, remember that almost starting a goddamn war? Enemy chief rabbi of Israel, what's going on here? Oh, we're just talking about Al-Aqsa Mosque and the death cult. What's up, E-Money chief rabbi of Israel? You have any knowledge on this you'd like to share? If someone was spouting this same shit but onto but not under the cloak of religious belief, we sent them for psychiatric evaluation. All of these people should be sent in for psychiatric evaluation. They push a narrative that associates all Jews with the atrocities of the state of Israel and that 100% causes material harm onto Jewish people because lunatics will then attack them because of that association, and then the fascists that are in charge of the state can say, well, look, all of the Jews are are threatened, and so we need to continue the war, not talking about the fact that they're the ones producing the threat.
Temple, and the embassy move was a blatant gift to Netanyahu and the temple movement. Here's Netanyahu's speech after the embassy transfer, which was all about the different temples.
In Jerusalem, King Solomon built our temple, which stood for many centuries. In Jerusalem, Jewish exiles from Babylon rebuilt the temple, which stood for many more centuries. In Jerusalem, the Maccabees rededicated that temple and restored Jewish sovereignty in this land. And it was here in Jerusalem, some 2,000 years later, that the soldiers of Israel—
I would argue that it's actually Brooklyn, New York, but, you know, we could flip a coin on that one, Ilirda.
spoke three immortal words. Har habayit bi'adenu. The Temple Mount is in our hands.
When Netanyahu first got elected in Israeli politics, he met with the Chabad leader who told him his duty was to hasten the arrival of the Messiah. With Israel stating its intention to
Again, like, the arrival of the Messiah. Remember what they're saying here. Keep it in perspective. Hasten the arrival of the Messiah means make the world end quicker. Because they believe that they get to leave this world. The world ends in the, like, apocalypse. They want it to end because they think that they get to go somewhere nicer.
Cleanse Palestine more openly than ever before and quite literally starving Gaza to death, the Temple movement has also begun escalating its attacks on the Temple Mount. A few weeks ago, Israel allowed the largest group of settlers to enter the Temple Mount ever. And in recent weeks, Temple movement activists have been caught in numerous plots to either attack the Temple Mount or to conduct ritual animal sacrifices there. It's even being encouraged by Israeli politicians.
אני מאוד מקווה שכל היהודים יצטרכו להגיע בשבוע הבא, ביום שני, להקריב קורבן פסח בירושלים, בעזרת השם, ולאכול אותו בלילה. אותו לילה יצטרכו לאכול אותו.
They're doing this because they want to spark a conflict that lets them take over all of Palestine.
Yeah, and to be fair, they're doing that anyway, but to tear down Al-Aqsa Mosque would start a regional war. Like, every Muslim country, Saudi Arabia would not, under any circumstances, allow that to happen without responding. They just wouldn't. And this is where America comes in, because most of the cabinet is part of the death cult. They want to bring about the end times. But some of the cabinet, they just want more money. They don't want the end times. They just want to hang out, like Trump, for example. They just want more money. They just want to be liked. They want to hang out. They don't want end times. They don't believe in the prophecy. And it does actually benefit the United States to deepen relations with Middle Eastern countries and distance ourselves from Israel. It would. Literal paradise sounds like a prison? Ah, absolutely. Have you watched The Good Place? Because there's like a whole bit on that.
And they'll probably say it's anti-Semitic to not support Israel's right to build the third temple. For all of the ridiculous accusations the Palestine movement gets of being religious extremists or terrorists, what Itamar's visit shows is that there is an extremist movement, and it's operating right here in Brooklyn.
Most of them are the extremist movement. And of course they operate from Brooklyn. They're the most, again, American from Brooklyn goes to Israel to join Israel's colony bullshit is just Hitler every time. Hold on. Damn, I was hoping to find like a decent short video essay talking about The Good Place, because in the final season, spoilers, it's about building an actual good place that doesn't suck. And what they come to is, in a heaven that doesn't suck, you get to stay for eternity and can do whatever you want for eternity. But at any time, you can say, all right, I'm done. And you can walk through a door and dematerialize, and your soul will then, like, move to another thing. You can reincarnate from there. Otherwise, like, before that, heaven you just stayed there, and people lost their minds from being bored for thousands of years because they ran out of stuff to do, new things came out they didn't understand, blah, blah, blah. Or they just go through the door now, and then atomize, and then end up as something else, which I think is nice. Now, I think that when you die, you get black, and that's it. That's all it is. There's nothing there, but who knows? That would be nice. Be a better afterlife than most of what I would expect. Anything else that I want to show you guys today? Yeah. So I think that's it for today. Remember, Jinjas are black, so drop that hard R. Let's see who we can raid. By the way, thank you guys for the patience. Sorry I've been a couple days. It really was just like my internet was fucked, and that's all fixed now, hopefully. The British will finally be oppressed. I think when I die, I'll decompose and I'll find great comfort in that. Me too. I want to be buried near a tree as well. Oh, Sad Girl on? Yeah, I want to be buried near a tree so that my nutrients can then enter said tree. All right, cool. We're gonna raid Sad Girl. So let me start that up. I do too. It's nice, right? Because you then become part of that being. Anyway, I will see you guys tomorrow. I hope you have a lovely evening or morning. And bury me raw. Me too. And I'll see you next time.